speaking out and challenging authority when it comes to some federal law knowledge of the local officials that think that they could continuously try to drag this charge out upon me when it comes to disturbing the peace by a violent act. This can actually be countered and contradicted in so many ways when it comes to the camera evidence that could be used against that to prove there wasn't no disturbing of peace by a violent act, because that right there would be participating in fighting, threats, or any of that nature, which that wasn't committed. Like I said before, there was things that was premeditated long before June 2nd that has been taking place for a long, long time. And the activity has gotten out of line in the year of 2022 whenever this has first started to become a problem, a major problem where I'm at. I'm addressing these issues on this live stream because the minute you get in the courtroom where I'm at, you're not allowed to speak your side fully without being cut off or oppressed. And you have the right to not be oppressed. You have the right to not have your First Amendment infringed upon in any kind of way. So I will be addressing the issue, nothing against the judge or whatever, but it's just something that I feel that needs to be addressed because it is protected under the First Amendment that you have the right to address a problem with using your free speech, which I know you can't hog or take up so much time because they have a certain amount of people that's in there. I do understand that part. But what I don't understand and what I clearly am not going to sit there and put up with is oppression when it comes to the defendant side of the situation, which should be heard fairly when it comes to that. The plaintiffs are not always in the right. I promise you that. They're not always correct or in the right. When it comes to legitimate evidence that can be proven before something enters the courtroom, to the prosecution, when it comes to a defendant that may want to defend themselves before it comes to actually going to a courtroom, and something could be proven that it is a U.S. constitutional violation, something is in violation of the individual's civil rights, and it's not a legitimate charge on the person, the prosecution should be doing things to investigate that, to have that charge removed. Because it's all going to be back off on the prosecution, because that's what it is. What you think prosecutors are there for? They have to have a prosecutor in order for something to be brought before a judge. Simple as that. But why I'm addressing this issue is because I don't feel that I have my freedom, a freedom of speech, which is free speech, of the First Amendment exercised fully when it comes to these matters because of things already being manipulated as it is. That I have evidence on, critical evidence on. Y'all hold on a minute, the train's going by. But I have critical amount of evidence on the situation that has been done to me for a long time. I have numerous amount of complaints that I've put up to the local police department due to the individual that is on the restraining order papers that has been next door to my residence over and over and over and over and over. And yet this is going to better to contradict everything that's on the restraining order papers that they claim that they're in fear of their life, right? What are they doing next door to my residence at Lot 3? Right there across the street, spending countless of nights across the street. When I had to document this down on camera and I had to contact the police department to have the individual removed due to this individual having me on an investigation. What sense does it make to have an ex of mine that I don't have any contact with for over 5 years straight to be having me on an investigation at the same time coming to the next door neighbor's house? Make that make sense. This is going to better to contradict these statements on the restraining order paper. This is what I'm objecting under the Title 42 U.S.C. Section 14141. Violation of official misconduct, because while the whole time this was being done, I was under unwarranted surveillance to violate and infringe upon my Fourth Amendment with unreasonable searches on my person. This can also be proven by camera evidence, dash cam evidence, and phone camera evidence before I got my GoPro camera. These activities, these unlawful activities was first reported in the year of 2022 to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I'm not going to put what division or what. I don't really want to let people know where my location is, so I'm going to keep that discreet, but I did report it to that agency because of me analyzing the titles and sections. This is long before, like, I had a lot of studying to do when it comes to that, though, like to fully know what that law really is. But I've analyzed documentation. I've done my research, plenty of research, researched plenty of information to verify that is indeed in their jurisdiction of violations of Title 18, Section 242, which would be my U.S. federal protected rights that are being obstructed by local officials. So I had that cleared up within myself because I'm going to make sure this is how well oriented, not oriented, this is how well organized I am when it comes to making sure that everything is in order and everything is legit when it comes to that. I'm going to make sure that what I'm analyzing, I have the correct information, the correct titles and sections to verify that it is indeed in that law violation. And that's exactly what the Title 18, Section 242, deprivation of rights, that right there would be your U.S. federal protected rights. Depriving the individual of their rights. And then you have the Title 18 U.S.C. Section 241, conspiracy against rights. That makes it unlawful for one or two more persons to oppress, to intimidate, to bully, or I want to say conspire to injure, or to go in a highway on the skies in order to prevent and hinder an individual or enjoyment or exercise of their rights. That's another thing that's a verification of federal law violation. This illegitimate charge that is put on me was premeditated before June 2nd, and I want that investigated. I want these officials investigated by the Internal Affairs, and I want them investigated by the Department of Justice because of what has been being done over social media through different scamming accounts with fake accounts of these officials associating with the ex that can be proven too. All they have to do is conduct a legitimate investigation, and they're going to be able to prove that I'm right on what is being done to me. This individual has been a connection with corrupt cops, has been a connection with a corrupt sheriff, a female sheriff. All this has to do is to be investigated, and it will be proven that I'm correct on that. So this is going to be able to prove that this is conflict of interest, a bribery. What am I doing in a courtroom come Thursday afternoon with this charge that's on me? Once all of this can be obtained through searching, through certain searches of investigative tactics to retrieve that information, this is going to be able to have this charge dropped off of me because it's illegitimate. It was premeditated upon me. And this is also connected to an illegal binding contract. I promise you that. It's a binding contract that's put on me that I've also recently discovered and figured out. And what makes it illegal is because it's violating public policies. It's violating and infringing upon my U.S. constitutional rights. It's violating my civil rights by the works of fraud. This is what is continuously being done. Fraudulent things. That's not the truth. That's going to be connected to color law violations. What you think these scamming accounts are being used for? What you think these individuals are using these accounts for in order to have conversations, to associate with the individuals, just to try to get something to be credible enough to discredit me when it comes to this situation? Wouldn't that be conflict of interest? That's exactly what it is. Because why are they doing all of this together and working together as a collaboration when it comes to working against an innocent man? Why are they collaborating together when it comes to scamming and scheming, huh? That right there is a crime in itself. I should not be under any type of investigation. I should not have been arrested June 2nd. The handcuffs should not have been on me, and I wasn't questioned by the officers at the time that they showed up. That's a violation. That's unlawful on the officers' behalf. They did not question me. They did not get both sides of the situation. They automatically walked up to me while I was on the phone with a federal agent, by the way. At 9 a.m., it was around 9 a.m., I was on the phone with an FBI agent due to my freedom being threatened because I knew what was about to happen. I knew exactly what was about to happen. And guess what? Sure enough, I got arrested. I predicted that days before that incident happened. Yes, I have the reading, the tower reading, even though you may not be able to use that at court, but it can still be used as critical evidence against the situation that this was indeed premeditated upon me. It wasn't no legitimate disturbing of peace by a violent act. There wasn't no disturbing of peace happening. It was me simply defending myself from an individual that was set up to be at the door to question me about the ex that I have no contact with. I simply told the man, look, I'm not here to hear about this ex. I'm here to get my food and to go about my way. Leave me alone. I said, you really don't know what this individual has been trying to do to me all this time. I don't know if you know about it or whatever. And I told him a little bit about it, but not in the details. And he sat there and kept on bringing up, kept on bringing up, kept on bringing up. So I looked at him in his eyes like that for a little bit, and I just turned to the side and walked out the door as I say, I ain't got the time to hear all that. So what I done was I turned to the left, to be exact. I was facing them, I turned to the left. They have a sliding door. You know how they got the door for the grocery stores? How it's an automatic door, it slides to the side? I walked out that door and I was going across the parking lot. That's when a man came out the building and threatened me with a trespass and arrest. He said, you're making a big mistake, buddy. I can have you trespassed and arrested right now. That's when I turned around and told him to F off and leave me alone in a moderate tone. Once again, profanity is protected under the First Amendment. You are literally defending yourself from an attacker following you out the business. How is that disturbing the peace? And then they trying to spruce all this up about me throwing my groceries in a garbage can. Ain't that the opposite of littering? That's not a crime to throw my groceries in a garbage can because I'm frustrated at the fact that this individual is trying to hold me up and keep me here with a situation that I really shouldn't even be part of. I'm just going home to eat my sandwiches, bro. And yet I'm having to sit out here and defend myself in a hot parking lot on a warm, sunny day. It was hot that day. And my food was getting overheated. So what I did was I walked to the garbage can and threw my groceries in the garbage can. Ain't that the opposite of littering? That's not a crime. But they try to make it out to be a problem. Oh, well, you didn't have to do all that. I paid for the groceries. I have the receipt in my hand. I can throw them away if I want. But they try to make that out to be a problem. So anyways, while this is occurring, I'm still trying to address him, man, do you know what federal titles and sections are? Do you really know what this individual has been doing this whole time? Y'all are not aware of it. They didn't want to hear none of that. Oh, man, you're just taking things out of proportion. And that's when I heard the police was on the phone. I said, oh, y'all want to play that game? I got on the phone with the FBI because I was intuitively guided. I knew what was about to happen because it flashed back in my mind. It's a setup, son. It's a setup. It's a setup. You remember you're reading? Six of Pentacles reverse, Queen of Pentacles reverse, Justice upright, Eight of Swords. You're about to go to jail. Call the FBI. Hurry up and call them. That's when my intuition kicked into the full extent. And what happened was the lady that was on the other end of the phone, I want to say it's the front desk of the secretary. It's the lady that answers, and she forwards you to an agent. So what happens was I called the field office, and she forwarded me to an agent. I don't know his name. Even if I did know his name, I wouldn't say his name out of respect for his privacy. Well, anyways, I did talk to him, and I said, look, this is a setup that is taking place. The police are about to arrive in this parking lot. I said, I know y'all have plenty of information. You may not know what's being done because you may be new to the information. But trust me, they have all this documented down already. How many times I had to call up here in regards into what is being done to me. I said, just stay on the phone with me because the police are on their way. I said, I know what is going on. This is a setup. This is infringement upon my civil rights. And this is a U.S. constitutional violation. And I couldn't stress my point enough for him to stay on the phone with me. And he did. He talked to me to keep me calm. He said, it's going to be okay. Just be patient, you know. And anyways, while I was on the phone with them, this was about maybe 2 to 3 minutes. I was on the phone waiting in the parking lot. That's when the police drove up, right? Or that's when they drove up is what I mean. So they drove up like that. And then they went in the building. And then they come out the building fast. And they told me that I was under arrest. They did not question me or none of that. And that's when I told them, I said, I'm on the phone with the FBI agent. They said, I don't care who you're on the phone with, you're under arrest. I said, would you like to talk to him? Because they didn't believe me. And whenever that cop put that phone up to his ear, you could tell the look on his face like he was freaked out. You think it's a game, bro. They think it's a game. Why am I on the phone with the FBI agent? Why? I'm going to tell you why. Because of what has been done to me prior to this incident that shouldn't have never happened that day. That's why. Because this individual's been relentlessly at trying to hurt and harm me and use falsified information against me as a weaponization to have me in the system and have me attacked by dirty officials. Yes, Your Honor, some of these officials are guilty for doing that to me. I have the documentation and the evidence to actually prove that too. Every time that they were sitting in their units, they was doing something nasty on their phones. I've actually identified that through a tarot reading because I would stay on camera while getting it documented down. That's something in my stomach. I felt a sick feeling that they're doing something that is extremely disgusting. And what would come out through my cards would be the Pages reverse, Justice reverse, Hierophant reverse. That means that something is going on with children with the Pages reverse. I'm telling you, bro, I felt a very, very, very strong, sick feeling in my stomach whenever I would pass them up, whenever they be lingering on the side of the road by my house, sitting there lurking. That's the feeling that I picked up, but it was coming through my cards of some type of corruption that is being done. Hierophant reverse is Taurus energy too. There's something that's being done that's going on in regards into that. I have all this saved as evidence, trust me. So what I would do is, whenever I feel that strong gut feeling that something is wrong, I get on the phone immediately and contact the FBI and report it because of what is being done to me. These officers have been violating and infringing upon my Fourth Amendment and relentlessly sitting there doing things to have me discredited and to attack my rights, to attack my freedom, and to infringe upon the U.S. Constitution repetitively. They have been repetitively violating Title 18 U.S.C. Section 242. Deprivating my rights, violating Title 42 U.S.C. Section 141, pattern and practice. It's a non-isolated situation because there's other people that are involved that are being hurt. It's also in violation of U.S. 18 Code 201. That's bribes of jurors and witnesses. They're also guilty of color of law, fabrication, failure to keep me from harm, false arrest. And I will speak up and say that my freedom is threatened come Thursday. I have no defense attorney. I don't have any criminal defense. That means I don't have a lawyer. I don't have the money to, I went and looked over my currency. I don't have the money for an attorney. That costs a lot of money. I know I can defend myself in court, but only if I'm given the opportunity fairly to present my defense when it comes to this. But at the same time, like I've been saying before, I have nothing to defend myself against because there wasn't no crime committed. It's a simple U.S. constitutional violation upon these officers' behalf. Disturbing the peace, how they have it marked down by a violent act, that's not an act of violence, Your Honor. An act of violence would be provoking a fight or threatening the individual or doing anything to cause a major disturbance to scare people. But yet that wasn't done. It was a simple self-defense of F off, leave me alone. How is that scaring people? And if you go and review the body cam footage whenever I was placed in handcuffs, you're going to see that I was calm. And I did indeed say on the body cam footage, this is a setup. That's why I was calm. I knew what was going to happen. I knew. I predicted that to happen. Just like before a detective came to my home October 12th of 2021, I predicted that whenever I was in the state of Texas in September because I had a bad feeling something was being done to me, Your Honor. And it was. My cards were right. My tarot cards were right. Because what do you know? I knock at the front door at approximately 11:30 in the a.m. A detective was outside my home telling me that they had papers up at the station. They had a detective that came from the sheriff's department that was at my front door 11:30 in the a.m. and told me there were some papers at the department. I could go up there. I don't have to go up there. It's a voluntarily thing. But you know what that means? It's an interview. Yeah, I objected my presence because of that. I automatically objected my presence and executed the Fifth Amendment, the right to remain silent. I will be taking this up with my attorney, is what I told him. I said, I like your badge number and I like your name. So what he did was he hesitated at first. Bro, if you could see the look on this detective's face when I asked him, I said, what's your badge number, what's your name? I'll be taking this up with my attorney, and he hesitated. And he eventually proceeded to give me his badge number. And then as he was walking off or whatever, I said, you may leave. As he was walking off, he turned around and asked me for my name. I said, I'm not providing you with any information. I don't have to give you my name. Then he looked at me again with a weird look. I said, dude, I don't have to give you my name. The Fifth Amendment means the right to remain silent. I don't answer questions. Asking me for my name, that is a question. You already know my name, apparently, if you're over here at my house. Simple as that. See, this is how tricky these individuals are. But I'm going to tell you right now, that's when I spotted something shady, when I looked in that detective's eyes, and I seen when he couldn't provide me any information. It's like his mouth was wide open like that when I said, what is this paperwork about? And he got silent like that. I said, what's your badge number and what's your name? Because everything of what's on these restraining order papers are going to be able to prove that's exactly what you was doing at my house. But all while this was being done to me, that ex keeps coming next door to my residence. Dude, do you know how this is making all of y'all look since 2021? This is how long this has been done to me. The judge may not know all these details or this information. This is correct, Your Honor. If the judge is listening or if the judge wants to hear me out with this situation, I just refuse to sit there and to be in a courtroom and to address these issues without being cut off. Like, that's irritating to me. Because in a courtroom, bro, it's like you do have the right to speak or whatever, but it's a whole different energy in there, etc. But what I'm going to do is, before that, hopefully I could get some sense through these individuals' head that thinks that this is okay to do this to me, to carry this out, when it's in violation of the U.S. Constitution. It's in violation, and it's also kickback corruption. Yeah, it's connected to kickback corruption. But once again, whenever all that happened in the year of 2021, how does it make this ex look by continuously coming near my home, Your Honor? Why is this individual continuously coming next door to my residence? If you go and you look up the information in the police reports at the police department, it's going to be able to prove how many times I contacted your officers to have the individual removed. I was actually the responsible one to call them as to say, look, this individual tried to get me in trouble. But there wasn't no evidence to back that up back then. But guess what? On the restraining order papers can prove that's exactly what was going on. This individual did try to get me in trouble. What is the detective doing at my home, huh? Exactly. Exactly. Those papers that were sent to my residence after the arrest took place on June 2nd prove that's what that detective was doing at my house. So what is she doing next door to my residence while I'm on an investigation if she's so-called in fear of her life? This was being done throughout all the year of 2022, Your Honor, to the year of 2023. Relentless amount of times I've had to get documentation of her going to the next door neighbors. I would pull cars, too, to see what she was doing over there. Quinoa's reverse come up with the strength car reverse. There's a Leo female behind that. I've reported that to the FBI, too. Yeah. It's a higher-up female official that was behind the individual going to the next-door neighbor's residence. That's connected to a Sagittarius male of the police department. I'm not going to say any names over this live stream, but they know who they are because I know who they are. And one of these individuals that they sent out to have the individual removed from the residence that refused to do his job the right way is the same Sagittarius male that I'm talking about that used to be a K9 unit. Him. This was a while back in the year 2022. So, when it comes to this, even throughout all this time, there's no contact between me and this individual. Notice how I'm saying 5 years. For over 5 years straight. That means before the year 2020. No social media, no none of that. What sense does it make for this individual to claim that they're in fear of their life when there's no contact, but yet was doing this to me, had a detective come to my home, and yet kept coming next door to my residence? How does that make any sense? Exactly. What the prosecution got on that, huh? With that restraining order. What the prosecutor got on that? Nothing. Nothing. Because it's going to better to contradict everything that's on those papers, man. I promise you, Your Honor. If the judge is listening, nothing against you. But this is what is being done to me to harm me. To have me, because I looked up all this information. Trust me, I know a lot about the law, Your Honor, especially when it comes to the state law where I'm at. If you're found guilty of disturbing the peace, it's a fine of $100 and 90 days in jail. That right there is extortion of currency and a threat to my freedom when there wasn't no crime committed. That's what I have a problem with, because this could have me sentenced to that time in jail for nothing. All due to somebody trying to use this fraudulent restraining order as credibility in order to have me seen as a problem. This is what I have a problem with. This is what I'm addressing on this live stream, that I'm correct on this information. This is a serious problem that is relentlessly trying to have me discredited. Yes, I did talk to an attorney, but I checked my banking account. I don't have that kind of money, Your Honor, to hire an attorney. But I have been in contact with the FBI, and I let them know what is being done, that this is making me highly uncomfortable. This individual is not no victim. Absolutely not. Just like I said, I have the camera evidence to contradict everything that's on these papers. And yes, these individuals have been lying, scheming, scamming over and 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 over in order to conduct these unwarranted surveillance tactics upon me, which is infringement upon the Fourth Amendment. It's not legitimate probable cause to conduct any type of investigation upon me. If individuals were smart, bro, and they had common sense, they would pay attention that, hey, why is he in contact with the FBI if there isn't a problem that is serious? Why aren't these individuals paying attention to that? Because they're used to doing things their own way. Correction. When it comes to state law being enforced, at what was being done to me throughout these illegal activities is against, it's not even of state law enforcement. It's actually the exact opposite of it, because the locals, the locals of the police department and the sheriff's department supposed to enforce state law. Police supposed to enforce city limit jurisdiction. That's their jurisdiction. Sheriffs, you have the county, the parish, but they still enforce state laws. What has been done to me all this time from the year of 2021 is the exact opposite of state law. This is binding contract, illegal binding contract of fraud, extortion, and continuously threatening my freedom. And a lot of these activities that was happening in a public setting has been captured on camera. With these vehicles sitting at the gas station, Your Honor, sitting there parked at the gas pumps, nobody exiting the vehicle, nobody entering the vehicle. Exactly. They're not supposed to be holding up gas pumps like that, Your Honor. Crime against public order. Why isn't the public being enforced? Why isn't state law being enforced the correct way to prevent this activity from occurring? Because it does fall under crimes against public order. Loitering is a crime. Yes, they can be cited or told something to leave for loitering. That's crime against public order. This is the activities that I'm talking about that was making me feel threatened of my freedom numerous amount of times. But what I done was I caught it on camera and documented it down and contacted the FBI to let them know that, hey, there's a public corruption that has occurred. Because that's what it's connected to. It's connected to violation of public policies. I know all about it. Like I said, I've been doing my research and studying for a long time. When it comes to knowing my rights, when it comes to knowing certain laws, certain patterns and activities, that's going to better to prove that this is indeed a violation of Title 42 USC Section 14141, pattern and practice of misconduct. All I'm saying is, this is all what I've had to go through that led up to the June 2nd incident when there wasn't no crime committed. There's no disturbing the peace by a violent act. It's a U.S. constitutional violation upon these individuals' behalf. They violated my U.S. Constitution. They violated my rights to free speech. That's considered oppression, Your Honor. Intimidation, oppression. Which is going to better to back up and verify the Title 18 USC Section 241, because oppression and intimidation is exactly in that title and section under federal law jurisdiction. These individuals have to understand when it comes to violating Title 18 Section 242, that's my U.S. federal protected rights. I deserve to be protected from any type of unlawful harassment, arrest, criminal harassment, arrest, unlawful arrest, false arrest. That's all underneath the color of law. Violations. I deserve to be treated fairly. It don't matter if I'm different. It don't matter if I have a different belief or if I'm a spiritual person. That's all protected under the First Amendment, which is the right to freedom of religion and belief. But the First Amendment prohibits any government authoritative position or government official, what I mean, to infringe, to oppress, or to intimidate you in any kind of way. That's what the First Amendment protects me from. From these individuals infringing upon that, trying to oppress me. And when you put somebody in handcuffs and restraints, when there wasn't no crime committed, you are oppressing them. And I'm going to tell you another thing. When you take somebody against their free will, that's considered kidnapping. Oh, yeah. Yes, it is. I wish I would have had my GoPro camera on me that day, because it would have caught exactly what I'm talking about. It would have caught everything of what I'm calling out to be the truth. About there was a U.S. constitutional violation that happened. There wasn't no disturbing of peace by a violent act. The individual followed me out the building because, just like I said, this was premeditated and scripted out long before that took place. With the Six of Pentacles reversed, Queen of Pentacles reversed, Justice card upright, Eight of Swords energy. That means someone's going to go to jail over a Queen of Pentacles reversed, but it's connected to extortion and a setup. I know tarot can't be used at court, but I'm going to tell you right now, when it comes to me accurately predicting a situation to take place and what's going on, due to the skill that I have to read these cards intuitively, they could give me the exact details on why this is occurring. But it's also connected to that uneasy gut feeling. But once again, why is this individual coming up questioning me about somebody that I have no contact with for over 5 years straight? That right there is what don't make any sense, because the individual, if you go back and you look over it at the camera documentation of evidence, you're going to see that this individual was over here, the next door neighbor's house, numerous amount of times. After the detective came to my residence while I was on an investigation. How does that make any sense? If they're in any kind of danger, what are they doing bringing them and their person that's on a restraining order papers next door to my residence? Because the next door neighbors has a working vehicle, two to be exact, to go to her place of residence. Why they had to come over here? Why is this being done to me whenever I'm on an investigation and yet the individual keeps coming near my home. If you only knew what's on these restraining order papers, the statements that are written down, this right here is why I had to contact the locals to have the individual removed. This is endangering my freedom. This don't make any sense. This don't make any sense whatsoever. And I got the camera evidence once again to back that up. What is the difference of me going to a store with not associating with the individual or none of that? Just going in there to get my ham and bread. To get me something to eat when it comes to sandwiches. I was on a diet back then. What is the problem? I'm going there 2 months to get my ham and bread because they do indeed have fresh quality bread there and they had good quality ham. I'm going there to get my food and to leave. Why out of all this time that I'm going there, all of a sudden I'm questioning about the ex? Why they couldn't question me in a shorter period of time if there was so-called a problem? That's what I like to know. Because there's no problem. There's no communication. There's no contact for over 5 years straight. I'm going there for my food. And yet this comes out of nowhere, but yet this is what was predicted to take place with the earth sign in reverse through my tarot cards. This is not a legitimate charge on me. It's a U.S. constitutional violation. It can be proven by the U.S. Constitution when it comes to the free speech, when it comes to the First Amendment. It can be proven. And also disturbing the peace by violent acts. There wasn't no fight that was provoked. There wasn't no fight that took place. There wasn't any ounce of hostility. It was simply me telling the individual, F off, leave me alone, which profanity in that manner is protected under free speech under the First Amendment. It's free speech. You can literally cuss a cop out. You gonna get arrested for it? Exactly. You can cuss a cop out in a moderate tone without going to jail. It's considered free speech. What's the difference? What is the difference between me standing up for myself when it comes to somebody threatening my freedom? Tell them to F off and leave me alone. That ain't disturbing the peace. And then what makes it even better is I was on the phone with the FBI agent not long after that for the total of 3 minutes straight to 3 to 4 minutes straight. And that phone call could be retrieved and used as evidence, as I say, the man wasn't in a hostile manner. Because they're going to better to hear me on the other end of the phone talking to the FBI. So where's the hostility at? Where's the violent act at? I'm going to check these individuals on their unethical behavior because that wasn't a legitimate arrest and it wasn't a legitimate crime that was committed. There wasn't no crime that was committed that day. This was premeditated to have me attacked, to have me set up to go to jail. That's what it was. So you know what that's going to be able to present itself as? Entrapment. Entrapment. They do have a such thing as that. It's called entrapment. I can feel these individuals behind the scenes still trying to force this upon me. Oh, there ain't nobody going to help you. There ain't nobody. You're not going to get it dropped off of me. I'm telling you, bro, I know my federal protected rights. I know federal law like the back of my hand. It would be advisable for these individuals to just dismiss this whole thing and leave me alone, bro. These individuals don't understand that I am being threatened when I'm in the courtroom of 90 days in jail or a $100 fine. That is extortion. That's extortion. That is threatening my fucking freedom when there's no crime committed. This is exactly what they're trying to get to manifest upon me. And I'm refusing to bow to that. I'm not going to sit there and submit a bow to anybody. I'm going to object this type of unlawful arrest and no crime being committed under the U.S. constitutional violation of free speech. I'm not having no restraints put on me, man. I'm not going anywhere as I really don't deserve to be because I'm not a criminal. What has been happening to me all this time that led up to June 2nd has been criminal activity. These individuals need to be prosecuted, bro. It's time that these individuals face themselves and to see that they're guilty of obstructing my federal justice, not enforcing state law the proper way. You're not protecting me. If you was protecting me, and the minute you showed up to the store that day on June 2nd, you would have already knew that this individual was out to hurt me and harm me numerous amount of times. You would have showed up and protected me, but no, you didn't do that. You automatically walked up to me and placed me in handcuffs, restraints. That's oppression. That's intimidation. It's not a lawful arrest to start with. It's unlawful. And it's infringement upon my fourth. It's no, not fourth. It's infringement upon the U.S. Constitution. Free speech. I could feel these individuals energetically, bro, intuitively forcing the situation on me relentlessly, trying to put me behind bars. I need FBI agents present here immediately. I need y'all here, bro. I need y'all here. I know what these individuals are doing to me. I need y'all present here immediately. If y'all can do this for me, because this is an unfair, corrupt court case that should not even be manifesting or existing this long, especially when I address this to the prosecutor, he should have dropped that charge off of me. He should have dismissed the charges off of me because I know my information and I know exactly how to diffuse something that's not legit. This is not a legitimate crime, bro, because the U.S. Constitution, free speech is protected. There wasn't no fighting. There wasn't no act of violence. There wasn't no threats, no none of that. I simply told the individual to F off and leave me alone, and yet that's when I brought up what was being done to me with being aggravated. That's self-defense, bro. I need the FBI's presence over here. I need their presence over here. I know it may be a state like what they call that, city court or whatever, but still though, they have the authority to review everything of what has been done to me before that led up to this date. It's already been reported to them, bro. Why did I have to contact them in the first place? Because they keep using these crooked officials in order to use this X against me as a weaponization. I'm not going to back down. I'm going to tell you something right now. I don't know if this judge is aware of it, but I did go over there to their field office. I made my presence known at their field office a few months back, and I addressed these issues and told them the same thing of what I'm saying on this video. When it comes to the no contact for over 5 years straight, bro, I'm telling you. Last person I had contact with in the year of 2020 to 2022 was a cancer female. I'm not going to say her name. That's been documented also a few months back. I got the messages to prove that, but the last time we spoke to each other, me and this cancer female, I want to say it was in March of 2022. She typed me a paragraph out, said that she don't think that we'll be together or whatever. Like, she don't think that we're meant to be together and all this nonsense. And I said, you're free to fly with the shades on. I still remember what I sent her. I have a great memory, bro. Detail by detail. And I can prove exactly that through the messages. That's the last conversation I had with a cancer female, not this individual. There's no contact between me and this individual. What part these individuals don't understand, bro? Why am I being pulled to the side at a grocery store, even though they may work there? It's still a public place. I'm not paying any attention to her. I'm going in there for my food and leaving. But yet, if you look across the footage, bro, if you look at the footage, how many times this individual been by my residence over here, then you're going to be able to see that this ain't right. He's not even in the store 5 minutes. He goes and gets his groceries and is going back to his house. But yet, whenever that's happening, there's no contact. I'm going to keep on calling this out and keep on calling this out because I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to let the FBI know this. When I go to court Thursday at 2 o'clock in the p.m., this right here is making me feel threatened because of 90 days in jail and a $100 fine when there wasn't no crime committed, feds. No crime was committed that day. It was a U.S. constitutional violation, and it was premeditated upon me. And they're trying to use this restraining order days after that arrest took place. They're trying to use this fraudulent restraining order in order to discredit me even more, to try to put me there. Hopefully y'all can see through this and step in and provide me with y'all protection, because these violations that's been committed upon me is definitely under the titles and sections in y'all jurisdiction to where you can stop this from hurting me, y'all. This is not a game. I'm concerned for my freedom, and I will relentlessly fight and defend my rights and defend the Constitution. I know a lot about the laws. There's no contact between me and this individual. I shouldn't even be going to court. Do these individuals not realize how much I felt like, why is he fighting this situation this much? Because I'm on to a situation. I'm on to it. A guilty person would just sit there and just let these individuals walk all over them. That's not going to happen with me. That's not going to happen with me. I ain't going to be nobody's doormat. Certain titles and sections prevent these type of unlawful activities of corrupt practices being done to me under federal law and writing. I need their presence here. I need their presence here. I know it may take a long time for them to actually conduct a raid, but it don't need to be. It don't need to go to a raid. All they have to do is send 2 FBI agents out to this courthouse or whoever else to address this issue to them. As I say, look, bro, what are you doing bothering this man? He don't have no contact with the sex. What are you doing bothering him? All it would have to take, bro, is 2 FBI agents to go visit these individuals in person to tell them to back off of me. Leave me alone. This is how serious this problem is. It's not going to stop until their presence intervenes. I'm trying to tell them that. I'm not going to jail, bro. When it comes to threat, I am not being subjected to 90 days in jail, and I'm not paying any type of fine because there wasn't no crime committed. This was simply premeditated upon me, and it's a U.S. constitutional violation. The charge should have been dropped when I brought it up to the prosecutor, but no, refusal to drop it because, oh, the restraining order papers. Bro, that was put on me after the arrest took place. There's no contact between me and this individual. I'm not going to be subjected to having my freedom taken from me because I looked up the law. I know exactly what the laws are when it comes to that. But it's not, how can I say this? It's not a violation because there wasn't no crime committed. It's a U.S. constitutional violation of free speech. It's also in violation of Title 18 U.S.C. Section 242, my U.S. federal protected rights. Therefore, once again, validates federal jurisdictional laws that are being obstructed and violated upon my behalf. I will not be subjected to extortion of currency or a threat to my freedom with 90 days of jail, bro. It's invalid. There wasn't no crime committed. I care less what this restraining order is about, because that right there could be contradicted from the times that the individual came next door to the residence over there at Lot 3 across the street. I would greatly appreciate if federal agents could present their presence over here, even if it just takes two of them to show up. To show up to the prosecutor's office and show up to the courthouse. And to provide documentation of how many times I had to contact them. You know how they show up with their binders, right? They could show up to these individuals' house, bro. Whenever they're at home, they don't have to show up to the office. But they could show up with their, you know how they carry the binders in their suits? Send a few agents out to these individuals' house with the documentation. How many times I had to report these crimes being done to me. Bro, do these individuals not realize that if I'm in contact this much with the FBI, complaining about an issue that keeps on bothering me, what sense does it make if I'm going to be in any danger to this individual's well-being, when this is what is being done to me? That don't make any sense. These individuals are clearly not thinking straight, bro, when it comes to this. Because anybody that will be in contact with them, continuously reporting a problem, documenting it down, having to fight for their freedom, that's the individual that is under attack. Bro, this don't make any sense, man. Somebody's got to see where I'm coming from, because I'm on to these individuals. This is the root of the problem, why this continuously keeps on being fucking done to me. There's somebody that may be on my side that knows I don't speak some facts. It's a higher up official. It's a male. It's a male and possibly a feminine. It's two of them in a higher position that knows I'm speaking some facts. Yes, they do. They possibly got legitimate proof to back me up too on that. Good, that's even better. That's even better. It would be awesome if these individuals could come down here before Thursday, or could come down here before I go in that courtroom, and to address this issue to this prosecutor and the judge, to let them know that, hey, he ain't in contact with her. This man has had a report, the officials abusing their power, and they're connected to this individual. I'm telling you. They're connected to try to get him in trouble, relentlessly trying to get him in trouble. All that would take, bro, all that would do, that would have that charge drop immediately. Immediately. Because that's what I'm pushing for. I ain't about to be in front of nobody when there wasn't no crime committed. I don't deserve to be in a courthouse. I'm not a criminal. I'm not a criminal. Criminal activity has been committed upon me relentless amount of times. And what happened that day with this individual filing me out of business, that right there is harassment on the manager's behalf. Antagonizing a man that's leaving the business due to an individual that's already been connected to a situation already that was harassing me and trying to get me in trouble. So how does this making these individuals look? When a man sits there and says, leave them alone, they don't want to hear about this individual, they're just there to get their food and to go about their way, it means they don't want to talk about it. When you follow somebody out the store when they have their back turned and you antagonize them and you threaten their freedom and you sit there, well, with the trespass, that's one thing. But when you threaten to arrest me, bro, when I got my back turned, I'm walking away from a problem because I can see where this is going to go. And me avoiding that and me doing the right thing by walking away and you follow me out the building and you threaten my freedom, I take that as a huge sign of disrespect and you threatening me. And I'm going to tell you, F off, leave me alone. I have that right to defend myself. It's like these individuals are trying to get it to where, oh, you have no voice. Fuck that shit. I got a voice. I have a voice. I have a voice and I have my civil rights in the U.S. Constitution that can back my free speech up. This individual so much wants to put themselves in a place to threaten my freedom when there's nothing being done to them. I'm leaving the business. With refusing to argue or to talk anymore about the situation, I'm walking out the door and yet want to threaten me like that? I take that as a huge sign of disrespect. And I'm going to tell you right now, me as a masculine, I'm going to protect myself. I am going to defend myself by a verbal adjustment. I'm going to check that individual on their bullshit. Because they're antagonizing and harassing me. It can be seen on the surveillance cameras. Because the minute I turned and went out the door and was going across the parking lot, that's when he came out the door and threatened me with an arrest and a trespass. Why is this guy threatening me with an arrest and a trespass whenever I don't want to talk about that situation with the ex? Why am I being threatened with a trespass and an arrest whenever I have my back turned? I'm doing the right thing by walking out the door when I already said what I had to say. To leave me alone, you really don't know what this individual tried to do to me. And yet continues to provoke and antagonize. I had every right to turn around and tell the individual F off and leave me alone. So if they want to try to put any type of disturbing of peace or whatever it is, this dude was trying to harass me. And I wasn't taking that. I'm not going to sit there and take that bullshit, bro. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. This is a threat upon me. Threatening me. What you think arrest means? That means restraints. How do I know he's talking about the cops? Arrest could mean anything. That's a threat towards me, bro. You threatening to call the cops for what? Because a man don't want to discuss things about an ex that he could give a shit less about? Exactly. That's how I know that shit was premeditated upon me. All the FBI got to do is get into the information, all these conversations, this little bullshit group chat that they be having or whatever they're doing, and they're going to better to obtain evidence linking these individuals to that incident that happened that day, but before that led up to that June 2nd. I guarantee you. I guarantee you. But once again, there wasn't no fight that was provoked. There wasn't no threatening messages that was spoken or threatening acts or whatever, because that's what disturbing the peace by a violent act means. It means through threats, threatening the individual, raising your voice to like screaming and yelling, hollering. There wasn't any of that. It was a simple F off, leave me alone. And then he kept on and kept on. That's when I walked to the garbage can and threw my groceries in the garbage can. I said, look, let me tell you something, bro. You really don't know what this individual has been doing to me. I said, I don't care whose store this is. I said, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to tell you what has been going on. How is that disturbing the peace? I don't care if they're the manager or not, bro. Ain't nobody going to sit there and follow me out the store and antagonize me when it comes to an individual that already tried to get me in trouble numerous amount of times. That the locals refuse to do their duties at job the right way by removing the individual from the next door residence. They refused and failed to do so. All while I was under unwarranted surveillance of a false investigation. I'm in the right to stand my ground. It was out of self-defense. I'm going to tell you right now, bro, how a common sense person will look at it. When you follow a customer out of a business, you are harassing them. The minute the guy told you to leave him alone, you should have left him alone. He said what he had to say. He said he didn't want to hear about the individual. You didn't tell him to leave or whatever. He was leaving on his own accord, and yet you come out the door, you follow him? That's what I call harassment, antagonizing, and disturbing my peace. I had every right to say what I said because the individual threatened me, threatened my freedom. And not long after that, just like I said, I went to the garbage can, threw my groceries in the garbage can, threw them away because it was getting hot outside. And I was still sitting there discussing, trying to explain to the individual, you really don't know what this individual has been doing to me, dude. You don't know anything about what I know when it comes to the federal law violations of what this individual has been committing upon me. And then that's whenever I heard the police was on the phone. I said, oh, y'all want to play that game? That's whenever my intuition clicked in, bro. I said, look, you're about to go to jail. Get on the phone. Get on the phone, immediately contact the FBI. And sure enough, bro, I got on the phone with them. I waited for a little bit. The lady answered the phone. I said, may I please speak to an agent? It's an emergency. I'm about to get arrested. The police are on their way. There's a setup that is taking place. I need to speak to an FBI agent. I forgot exactly how I said it, but I was definitely on the phone with them. And when the agent got on the phone, I said, look, this is a setup taking place. I'm over here at the store. He's in there getting my groceries. And he kept me calm. I was just irritated, bro. I was irritated because I knew what was about to happen. I felt this sick feeling in my gut again. I was put in the back of the police cruiser for over 20 minutes straight, too. 20 minutes straight, I sat in there with handcuffs on. It don't take that long to get statements from people, bro. It don't take that long. I find that suspicious in itself. I find that suspicious in itself. I didn't say nothing about that, though. Like, I just sat there and waited. I was praying to Archangel Michael, bro. If they go and obtain the footage of the police cruiser, they're going to be able to see that I was praying to Archangel Michael. Yes, I was. I was praying Psalm 91, too. Yes, I was. I said, Lord, break the chains of bondage off of me, Archangel Michael. Get me out of these handcuffs, Archangel Michael. Get me out of here. I command every demonic force that's coming against me right now to scatter by fire of the Lord Jesus Christ. Under Psalm 91. I was sitting there, bro, praying Psalm 91 in the back of that police cruiser. That's what I was doing. If they go back and look over the footage, but yet I'm so-called a criminal, you messing with an earth angel, bro. You messing with an earth angel. You ain't nothing but a group of demons trying to surround me. Trying to surround me like you big and bad. You trying to intimidate me. That's all right, because I'm going to tell you right now who holds the simulation of Archangel Michael. Federal badges. FBI badges. Yeah. You demons that think that this is okay to do this to people, to violate their rights, and think that you somebody in power, they have the perfect symbolism on their badge to take that away from you. To stop you from doing what you're doing. Because what you did that day was simply unconstitutional. It was in violation of the U.S. Constitution. And then you sat there and put the cuffs on me tight. That cut my wrist bone, like that little bone that's on your wrist. It looks like the ankle bone on your ankle. I had a cut there and I was bleeding on my wrist. When there wasn't no resistance to none of that, bro, they had no right to put those cuffs on me that fucking tight. And then you didn't even question my side whenever that happened. Didn't even bother questioning my side when there's two sides to every situation. That right there was also unconstitutional, I want to say. That's going to better to validate the unlawful arrest right there. So therefore, how can a charge stick to me? Even though there wasn't no crime committed of disturbing the peace by a violent act, it was an unlawful arrest to start with. There was way too many errors when the arrest took place to start with. That's another thing. All they got to do is go back and retrieve the body cam footage. What they're going to do now? Come up with an excuse to say they lost it? You know how many people they had out there that day? They had at least 4 officers out there that day. You mean to tell me they all lost their body cam footage? Bullshit. I want the body cam footage. I want these FBI agents to see the body cam footage of these officers at the time that this arrest took place to see that they indeed did not question me. They just walked straight up to me while I was on the phone with one of their agents and arrested me. That's unfair to me, bro. That's unfair to me. Highly unfair to me. Like I said, I've already done my research when it comes to this charge. When it comes to what the penalties are, it's $100 fine or up to 90 days in jail. But the judge could suspend that and just give like a fine or whatever. But still, though, I don't deserve none of that. I don't deserve any of that because I didn't commit no crime that day. But this is something that I'm not going to better to defend myself with when it comes to being in that courtroom because of the way things are ran. I already know this. I shouldn't have to even go there, but like the minute I brought up to the prosecutor, the U.S. Constitution, certain titles and sections under federal law jurisdiction that prohibit these type of activities upon me and unlawful arrests upon me, they should have dropped the charge. The charge should have been dismissed. I don't even need no legitimate camera evidence on my behalf in order to get that dropped. It's about what took place that's on the body cam footage of the officers and what's on the surveillance camera footage of the store that this man followed me out the building and antagonized me and harassed me. That's all they need. That's all they need is the body cam footage, emotional discovery of the body cam footage, and the grocery store surveillance camera footage. And they're going to see that, hey, he did walk away. I did walk away. And I did it in a calm manner. After I told the man whenever we was in the store, I said, look, I'm not here to hear about the ex. I'm here to get my food and to go about my way. I said, you really don't know what this individual's trying to do to me. And he kept on talking about it, kept on talking about it. And that's whenever I turned to the side. I said, I ain't got the time to hear this. I didn't tell him that. I just turned to the side like that. Moment of silence, turned to the side, went out the door. And that's whenever he came out the building and said, you're making a big mistake, buddy. I can have you trespassing and arrested right now. But yet, that's the thing that don't make any sense. Why have someone trespass and threaten to be arrested when they don't want to hear about an individual that caused them problems before that day? And many people going to try to question or try to gaslight. There's no gaslighting here. They're going to say, well, if she's working there, why would you go to that store? It's a public place. They have fresh quality bread and ham there. This ain't got a damn thing to do with this individual. There's no contact between me and this individual. I could care less about them. It's a public setting. That means I have the right to go anywhere I please in a public setting, regardless if an ex is there or not. I'm not there for them. I'm there to get my food or whatever else it is. I'm there to go there for that specific thing and to go back to my house and eat my food. What's the problem? All these individuals will have to do is retrieve conversations between officials that before the June 2nd incident, to do an investigation to obtain evidence of digital proof to prove that they have been in contact with this individual and they have been mustering up things for a long time to do this to me in order to continuously have me attacked and have my rights violated as a weaponization on their behalf, to prove that. Because I know I can prove it. My clairvoyant abilities, bro, are on point with it. I could contradict everything of what these individuals are trying to accuse me of doing that I'm not. Like I said, when the individual's over here next door to my residence, the law don't want to do their job the right way, but yet whenever I go to a store to get my food and I go over there to get my groceries, and I'm leaving the store just like I always do, they want to come over there and attack me. No. Federal law gonna have to take care of that for me, bro. Cause I'm gonna tell you right now, this is threatening my freedom. I'm tired of having to go through this. I'm tired of having to discuss the situation. Y'all need to be present when it comes to this situation on Thursday. Somebody needs to be present of federal law, bro, because it's violating my federal protected rights. This has been reported to the FBI numerous amount of times. How many times did these individuals have used this person as a weaponization against me? How many times this individual kept on coming near my residence over and over and over and over and trying to get me in trouble with the law? It's documented on camera. It's documented within the system. And it's also documented at the police department. Yes, it is. I'm tired of this individual trying to cause problems for me, bro. Because I'm not the problem here. This is being done to me because I'm going to tell you why. The individual don't know how to move on because of the individual that I loved in my past, which is a Cancer female. That's probably more than likely what the problem and the ordeal is when that started. But it's more so me being a YouTube star. Trying to get in the way of me being a YouTube star. This is unlawful, bro. This is a First Amendment violation at these activities that's being done to me. It's obstructing federal law jurisdiction, what they're doing to me, bro. This is a malicious prosecution. Malicious prosecution. Using a law for malice purposes that can be proven that this is malicious. Ulterior underhanded motives. I'm going to say it one last time. This charge needs to be dismissed off of me. I will object this unlawful charge on me under the Title 42 USC Section 14141, also Title 18 USC Section 242. I want this charge dismissed off of me. My U.S. federal protected rights has been violated. And I'm not going to sit there and bow down to that. I'm also going to object this unlawful charge upon me under the U.S. Constitution violation of free speech. Because in anywhere does it say by disturbing the peace by a violent act, it does not say telling somebody to F off is disturbing the peace. to leave you alone. Disturbing the peace by a violent act is all about provoking a fight, fighting words, yelling, screaming, and hollering, and doing things in order to alarm the public in a scary type of way. None of that was done. I was simply followed out the building, antagonized, and the individual threatened my freedom, and that's when I turned around and defended myself with F off, leave me alone. You're not putting me in jail. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. This is in violation of the U.S. Constitution. It's in violation of my federal protected rights. And it's also an unlawful arrest and a non-legitimate crime that should not have been put on me, bro. This is not going to stick to me. I promise you that. Under the authority of Jesus Christ, Psalm 91, I want these demons off of my destiny now. Father God, may you send your heavenly divine angels of Archangel Michael to come through federal agents to get these demons away from me. These officials that literally are trying to force this upon me, or whoever else it is that's doing this to me, I command these individuals to be stripped of their power by federal agents. Now. I will not be subjected to any unlawful harassment, any unlawful surveillance, any type of extortion, or any type of unlawful imprisonment. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And the FBI's presence could prevent that from happening to me because of what I just got through saying about the Title 18, Section 242, along with certain titles and sections, but the camera and documentation of evidence to prove that federal jurisdictional laws has been broken and violated numerous amount of times upon me, and violated public policy when it comes to this illegal binding contract. I'm not going to sit there and put up with this. I need their help, and I'm going to continuously sit there and stand up until I get their help. I have the right to be a free man. We may not be free from bills or whatever, or taxes, but we're not talking about that type of freedom. We're talking about freedom from corruption, freedom from unfair, bias, justice, injustices, or any of that. I have the right as a U.S. citizen of this country to be freed from that. I have that right. Under the Supreme Court rulings, y'all, when it comes to federal law, certain titles and sections, when it comes to the knowledge of that, that right there is what gives me the freedom, the most freedom from this type of corruption. Because it's not in these individuals over here jurisdiction at what the violations that they're committing. This is what they clearly don't understand. This is on a whole nother level, bro, of the law. This is not something this is not something that they're used to hearing. Because nobody knows their rights. They want people to be stupid. They want people to sit there and to submit to abuse of power. That's not happening with me. I am not there to be dominated by authority. You're not going to bully me. I know plenty enough about the law in order to sit there and humble these individuals, but they still don't want to take the heed or take the warnings or the message to, hey, this guy actually has some factual information. He knows what he's talking about. No, you want to continuously try to drag out this injustice when you know it's a U.S. constitutional violation, you know it's a civil right violation, and you know it's an unlawful arrest, and it's not a legitimate charge that's on me. Because of what I'm simply saying about the premeditated setup before June 2nd. That can prove that this is an unlawful arrest. Along with the violations that happened during the arrest that took place. Why wasn't I questioned? Why was I put in the back of a police cruiser for over 20 minutes straight? That's a long time to be sitting there, bro. When it comes to supposed to getting statements. What I have a problem with is all of this don't make any sense simply due to the same individual that was over there at the next door neighbor's residence that's literally right there across the street that kept going over there over and over and over and over and never had a problem, didn't feel threatened, didn't feel in danger or none of that back then, right? But yet throughout all that time, there's no contact between me and this individual for over 5 years straight. But yet the minute I start going to a store that she apparently works at to go get my groceries, all of a sudden it's a problem. This ain't getting by me. This ain't getting by me. I'm going to tell you what is trying to prevent and trying to get in the way of people helping me. These individuals keep doing witchcraft and they keep doing rituals. That's what is relentlessly trying to put energy shields around them. That is contingency is what they're using to try to shield themselves from being stopped. No, you're not going to have no protection. No, you're not. You're not going to have anybody protecting you. You're going to be exposed as a liars and frauds you really are to be doing that to me. Because that's another thing that the judge may not know about. You trying to hurt me and have me sacrifice as an earth angel. You trying to sacrifice a clairvoyant. Well, this is your karma. I am the karma. And some of these individuals' karma is being dealt with by federal agents because of violating their jurisdictional laws. Bro, once all of this is being done to me, you think that this is not going to spark off a massive investigation to be triggered throughout these officials in this police department? Due to what is being uncovered, what they have been doing to me with fabrication, falsifying things about me and trying to have me in the system when I'm not committing any crime and using the individual of my past as a weaponization against me, you think this ain't going to trigger a deeper investigation? I promise you it is. Because it's unethical practices that are being committed while on duty. This is not enforcing proper state law. It's not properly enforcing state law because that's what they're there for. Even though they may be the locals, they're still all there to enforce state law, not to run any type of corruption, not to sit there and fabricate things about innocent people, conduct unreasonable searches on people, violating people's Fourth Amendment, planting anything on anybody, doing anything to violate people's right to privacy, which would be a Fourth Amendment violation. They're not there to do any of that. They're there to enforce state law. And by doing all of this, that's the exact opposite as a violation. And yes, they can be charged with that. Yes, they can be arrested for that. Because I know exactly how to drop their qualified immunity. I'm going to tell you how. Just how I've been saying. There's nothing that can immune them to a violation of Title 18, Section 242. Violation of Title 42, USC Section 14141, pattern and practice, especially when it's being committed over and over and over and over and over throughout all these years. Relentlessly being done of scheming and scamming. Eventually, that's going to start to add up, ain't it? And then they're committing cybercrime while doing it. Not a federal violation. And then they're sitting there using the internet for fraudulent purposes in order to sit there and to try to build something on an innocent person. You know what that is? Color of law violation, a fabrication. Therefore, it's going to eventually either lead to a false arrest, false imprisonment. Therefore, it's going to better to prove they're failing to keep the individual from harm, but they're actually hurting them. Jail ain't the place for me because I'm not a criminal. I'm not going to be subjected to that type of environment, bro. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not going to be extorted of any currency either. No, I'm not. There wasn't no crime committed. They may be used to finding people guilty, but they're not going to find this man guilty because there wasn't no crime committed. It's a U.S. constitutional violation upon my free speech, man. That's what it is. I'm just addressing the issue because this is irritating. Like, I'm not saying they're going to do that to me or whatever when I get there because anything can happen. But still, though, it's just you got these individuals doing rituals on me, brother, doing witchcraft on me. And relentlessly trying to screw up the situation with causing these individuals to want to hurt me, to manipulate the judge's decision. I can feel that, bro. I don't really know much about the local judge or whatever. Like, I was in front of him a few times. But it's just, I know what is being done on a spiritual level to try to influence his decision against me, to have him harm me that way. I'm not saying he would, but still, though. That's why some things may not make any sense when it comes to supernatural things taking place. They don't even have to believe in that side or whatever, but still, though, man, like some of these individuals that has been doing this to me are involved in those dark practices, I'm telling you. I can sense this in my stomach, bro. It's a heavy, 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 dark, intuitive feeling that something is not right with these individuals. And it's like you can feel the darkness around them. I know what these individuals are doing. I've been reading it through my cards, too. Why am I picking up this uncomfortable feeling like it's a dark, heavy presence in the pit of my stomach? And the judgment card come up in reverse with the Wheel of Fortune, reverse with the moon card, using a full moon to their advantage to manipulate this judge against me with magic. I know the judge may not be able to do much about that. There may not be no evidence to prove or back that up, but I'll be a guy to speak out about that. To the people that may not be involved that wanting to harm me or hurt me or whatever, they need this information. They need this information. I'm not saying the individual will put me in jail, y'all. I'm just saying, like, I know the penalties behind the disturbing of peace charge. They could fine you with $100 or up to 90 days in jail, if not both. But usually that would be suspended sentence, or where they could just suspend the sentences and do something else. But still, though, it's about being in that predicament or being in that environment when there wasn't no crime committed. And it's like, why should I have to defend myself? Knowing that this situation has been bothering me long before that. And this situation, bro, has literally tore me up on a spiritual level. And not more so on a psychological level, but I still have that iron mind, bro. But this is a very stressful situation upon me that I've had to fight by myself for a long time. A long time. That's the main reason why I've been in contact with the higher ups. I'm not going to phone them all day, every day to bother them. But when I feel something going on when it's connected to the police officers that are lingering in my vicinity around me, and I know something is being done to me, I can feel in the pit of my stomach, that will be reported. I could care less if there's no physical evidence. It's their job to conduct a physical investigation to obtain that physical evidence that they're looking for. And I promise you they're going to better to find it. Especially when I'm feeling them do something to me and I can feel it in my stomach with that gut dropping feeling. It means they're doing something that they have no business doing that is very, very, very dark. Very bad. Very bad. When you feel that feeling, bro, when you feel that feeling in the pit of your stomach, when you feel that sinking feeling around a cop, or you feel uneasy, or just this overwhelming sick feeling, it means there's something wrong with them, bro. I've told the FBI agent that too. I said, look, when I talk to y'all, it's a calm energy. This really makes me feel as if I'm in the presence of one of my family members. They just have this calm vibe, bro. It's a whole complete different energy to them. It don't even, like, to be honest, it don't even feel like you're talking to federal law. Even though that's who they are, but still, though. That's how it's supposed to be, bro. When it comes to speaking to somebody that's an official. You ain't supposed to feel as if you're in the presence of a dark force or a demon. These individuals over here, Even not being in the presence of them with their person, the police cruiser. Seeing them, bro, there's a overwhelming, heavy, dark feeling in my gut area that I can't put my finger on what that really is, but there's something sinister and sick and nasty about these individuals that I can feel, bro. The gut's not gonna lie. The gut's not gonna lie. But I just thought I'd address this issue to let the local judge know, if he may be paying attention, that these individuals are indeed trying to manipulate this court case against me, Your Honor, and manipulate your spirit to try to get you to hurt me. If they care anything about that. Because I know what these individuals are doing. I know exactly what they're doing, what they're involved in on a spiritual level. That's another reason why I'm on this camera, to address that too, towards the end. Bro, I'm going to tell you right now, if these individuals know what they're doing, they can influence decisions. They can manipulate court cases. It's called supernatural manipulation of energy. If they know what they're doing with these type of dangerous practices, they could get in the way of a lot of things, bro, block off a lot of things. Especially if individuals are not connected to their intuition or their soul on that level. They could be easily tricked and manipulated. That's why some of these incidents, these incidents don't make any logical sense. Because it's witchcraft powers that are at play, that are doing that to them. That's another reason why they want me in this courtroom. That's another reason why they're doing that, because they know that I'm a powerful person. These are witches that are trying to harm me. Don't want to see me do good in my life. Witchcraft is all about bondage, spiritual bondage. You know what that means? Spiritual imprisonment. It means trying to cage the soul up. These individuals want to see me in prison very badly, bro. But it ain't going to happen. It ain't going to happen. It ain't my destiny, because I'm not a criminal. I'm going to actually reverse this and render this powerless under the spiritual law jurisdiction, federal law jurisdiction, and state law jurisdiction. That's 3 of them. I'm going to render all those false judgments against me powerless, because they have no authority over me in the spirit world. These witches that's trying to do this to me, to influence the judge to go against me, these witches have no power. They have no influence. I command that judgment to be reversed against them and to have them prosecuted. How they like that? For them being found guilty for the crimes that was committed against me and having me targeted this way. Just because you don't have an arrest record, let me go ahead and set something straight real quick to these individuals that think that this is going to save them. Let me tell you something, bro. Just because you don't have an arrest record or any type of criminal history, don't mean that you're not a criminal. You just know how to manipulate your way out of being caught. That's what it is. But guess what? I have the gift, the powerful enough gift to get you caught. Your time ends with me. You're not an innocent person just because you ain't got no charges or criminal history on you. You have several of criminal history in the spirit world. Yeah. Several of criminal crimes, criminal history. This female authority figure that has been working with this Taurus to do this to me, I like to see how much power this individual has once they put that sheriff's badge down. Put that sheriff's badge down and see who you are then, and try that shit with me then. You the main one that put this bonding contract on me, because it started with you. I know who you are. I know exactly who you are. Leo female. I'm going to let the judge know this too, even though it may not do any bit of good, but I'm going to let it be known. I know who this individual is, Your Honor. I've reported them to the FBI, too. Yeah, I know exactly where the root of the problem is. Both of these individuals collaborate, both back-to-back together, over and over and over and over and over. And then involve some of the city officials to join in with it as a binding contract. That's exactly what it is, Your Honor. There wasn't no crime committed on June 2nd. This was premeditated and set up on me. And here's where the intimidating part is going to come in at. The only thing that is saving these individuals, Your Honor, is me not having a federal badge or being an FBI agent myself. Because if I was one of them people, these individuals would have been unbent history. I promise you that. Because everything of what I'm calling out intuitively, I would have had the proof, physical proof, due to a search being conducted upon them, to obtain the information myself, to have them prosecuted by the U.S. Attorney's Office and federal prosecutors. But unfortunately, I don't have that position. I'm just this confident. I'm that confident in my gifts of clairvoyance, clairsentience, and clairaudience to catch them. Not through my tarot cards, through my gut feeling and the visions that I receive of their face that pops up when I see who is behind the scenes doing this to me, to identify them. That's why I was able to unmask this Leo female as one of my perpetrators. That's an authority figure. That's why I was able to unmask a Cancer male in the police department as a sergeant, as one of the perpetrators behind that. That's why I was able to unmask a Sagittarius sergeant in the police department as one of the perpetrators that's behind that. That's why I was not unable. That's somebody's trying to manipulate my speech. See that? That's witchcraft right there. I reject you in the name of Jesus Christ. That's why I was able to unmask a Capricorn masculine in the police department as one of the perpetrators. That's why I was able, something's trying to manipulate me. That's why I was able to unmask a Virgo masculine of the police department as one of the perpetrators. That's why I was able to unmask an Aries masculine of the police department as one of the perpetrators. You know how many officers that is that was joined in to this binding contract to do that to me? That's a lot of them, what I just called out. I'm not going to say their names. FBI got their names. I've identified them accurately to that agency. I promise you that. I sure hope these individuals know that they was involved in racketeering. This has been a racketeering crime being committed over and over and over and over and over of extortion, fraud, public corruption, violating public policies, allowing the public to violate crimes against public order, connected to the loitering and trafficking of exploitation. All I need is federal assistance when it comes to that. That's all I need is their assistance. And this will be out of my life for good. That's racketeering activities that was being committed. That's a lot of individuals, brother, that I was able to unmask as perpetrators beyond that. And I'm being guided to let the judge know that there's two cult leaders on the police force. On the police force and in the sheriff's office. There's two of them from the sheriff. There's one of them from the sheriff's office and one of them from the police department. That makes two of them. There's two cult leaders, Your Honor. I don't know if you're aware of that, but there's two cult leaders that's behind my attacks. That's the main reason why I'm even in the system right now, awaiting a court date, awaiting that trial or whatever on Thursday. Me going to that courtroom is a sacrifice, a satanic sacrifice upon me to hurt me, Your Honor. What these individuals are doing is not of state law. It's not ethical at all. I was set up before June 2nd, and all people have to do is run an internal investigation on these individuals, combined with a federal investigation to obtain evidence on these individuals, and they're going to better to see that they're in conflict of interest, that this was indeed premeditated upon me. Because I could contradict everything that's on these restraining order papers in a matter of seconds with my camera evidence. All they got to do is review the camera evidence and see how many times this individual came next door to my residence, how many times I had to contact the locals, refused to do their job the right way. So whose fault is it? It's making the police officers look bad because they knew what was being done to me. Why was they allowing this individual to go over there to the next door neighbors whenever I was already under an investigation from the sheriff's department? Why was that being allowed on me? Come on, man. After the detective already came to my home, and yet the individual keeps on going over there with the same individual that's on the papers. You know how this is making this individual look? But yet they supposed to be afraid of me, but yet why they keep coming next door to my residence? Every time I'm outside sometimes, they'll come outside at the same time and just sit there on their phone. That don't make any sense. Because I'm going to tell you right now, bro, if a person was a dangerous person, they wouldn't be anywhere around me. Somebody's got to have enough common sense to look into that, to see that this is bullshit. That's exactly what it is. There wasn't no crime committed on June 2nd because that was simply premeditated upon me. It was just a charge to put on me, or disturbing the peace by a violent act. Let's use his past against him of the 2017 incident when I got charged with aggravated assault. Disturbing the peace. But yet that right there was a legitimate situation. But this, bro, there's a difference. There's a huge gap in that. They can't be going back and using that as new, oh, well, this could be used as credible evidence to discredit him. That cannot be used against me. Because 2017 and 2025 is a long gap, bro. That's a huge difference between that time frame. And what simply happened at that store that day on June 2nd of 2025 was nothing near disturbing the peace by a violent act, bro. No. That's why I'm sitting there defending myself when it comes to that. I don't deserve to spend 90 days in jail. I don't deserve to have a $100 fine put up on me. I do not deserve that. I deserve to walk away as a free man. I could care less about this restraining order. That don't bother me none, bro. There's already no contact for over 5 years straight between me and the individual. I could care less about them. They're not my problem, bro. I'm focused on my Tower channel and my YouTube channel. Playing the guitar, being a musician, and a spiritualist. That individual's the least of my concerns. But the last female I had contact with was a cancer female in the year of 2020 through 2022. It wasn't this earth sign Taurus. Bro, these individuals need to see how this is making this whole situation look. Why is this individual coming up in a store? I'm going to leave that to the FBI. If these individuals don't want to do the right thing and to have this dismissed and thrown out or whatever they have to do, then I'm going to hand this over to the FBI because their jurisdictional laws have been violated when it comes to this individual being used against me as a weaponization. And the restraining order papers can prove it too. They're also going to want to review what is she doing over there at the residence from the year of 2022 to 2023. After the detective came to my home, that's what they're going to want to know. Why she was over there. If he was so-called a danger to her, what is she doing next door to his residence? Why didn't your officers remove her from the residence? What are you hiding? They're going to look at these officers as highly unprofessional because of what is being done to me while the individual is over there with the same individual they got on a restraining order papers. That don't make any sense. And you know what that could be proven as? Perjury. Because that's lying on the oath, bro. Those papers could be used against this individual in a very critical way to be proven that this is a lie on the oath to attack me. This is unlawful stripping of my Second Amendment also. And yet I'm being subjected to harassment in a public setting. Don't you know I have the right to carry a firearm as a Second Amendment? Even though I may not have that right now, but I really don't need that. But it is my right. I don't fucking need that shit. I'm just saying, though, that is my Second Amendment. I have the right to open carry or concealed carry, which is the Second Amendment. The right to bear arms. But at the same time, even though I don't have, the Second Amendment's been stripped because of that restraining order. I don't need that. I'm just saying what the laws really are, what the amendments are when it comes to that. Second Amendment gives you the right to bear arms, which is meaning you have the right to open carry or to conceal carry. And by carrying a weapon like that, you have to present yourself as if it's not on your person. Because you're not looking for any type of harm, disturbance, or any of that. It's for protective purposes only. And when you get in your vehicle, you make sure that you have it on safety face towards the floorboard, not on the seat pointed towards the door, because if it goes off, you could have an accident happen. You have to be responsible. That's all about safety first when it comes to that. Responsibility. I know a lot about it, bro. I don't know what these individuals are trying to do to try to make me appear to look a certain way, but I'm very well capable of knowing what is going on, what is right and what is wrong. But when it comes to that right there stripped the Second Amendment away from me. But just like I was saying a few minutes ago, if you go back and you review all this evidence of how many times this individual came near my residence with the same individual that's on the papers, that's going to be able to prove, okay, well, if she's so-called a danger, if she's so-called a fear, what is she doing going around him when the neighbors have working vehicles that could go to her place of residence? Exactly. And then to know that I was on an investigation at the time this was happening. Because once again, a detective came to my residence October 12th of 2021. It was a Tuesday. I want to say that fell under a Tuesday. Yeah, it would be a Tuesday, I want to say. It's either a Monday or a Tuesday, bro. I remember that. At 11:30 in the a.m. And yet this individual just keeps on coming over to the next door neighbors. After I had to leave, after that detective came here, it was October 30th I left. I want to say I left October 30th. Or it may have been October 15th when I left to go to Texas. It was one of those dates I left and I went to I got all that on my YouTube channel to prove when I left. Because of the readings. I also have it documented down on my YouTube channel in September of 2021 before a detective showed up to my residence. Oh yeah, I have that predicted, bro, whenever I was in Texas. That justice card come up in reverse, 10 of swords, 5 of swords upright. They had the Wheel of Fortune reverse, King of Pentacles reverse, the Empress reverse, Page of Cups reverse, and they had the 5 of Wands that was in the upright. Yep. I was at the hotel over there I was staying, and I remember every card that I pulled. That's when I first predicted that setup, like something was taking place. I had a very uneasy feeling, and it led me to go out of state. That's my mama's voice that came through to me. And it say, son, look, you need to leave. You may not know what's going on right now, but you need to leave, son. And this was way in September of 2021. I'm going to tell you what identified that a setup was taking place or something was wrong. Because I first started identifying the angel number 1111. I started to see the number 1111 a lot. And it come a point in time to where the dots that separate the digital numbers of the 1111, those were no longer dots, bro. It was a row of bars that I started seeing with my spiritual vision. And it's like, okay, why am I seeing that as bars? So that's whenever like it kind of caught my attention, but that was pertaining to that uneasiness that I felt in my stomach already. And it was a warning from Archangel Michael, because that is his number, as a number of protection. As to say, look, son, you need to be aware of your surroundings right now. This was way back in 2021. So what I did was I didn't ignore that. And then my mother's presence came through. And I kept on feeling this push, like her trying to tug me a certain way. As I say, son, look, pack your stuff, leave. You may not know what's going on, just leave. I kept feeling that energy. You're going to be okay where you're going. You just need to leave right now. You need to leave. So what I done was I listened to that inner voice, because I could have sworn, bro, she was speaking to me. My clairaudience side picked that up. Well, anyways, what I was doing is I packed my clothes in my school bag. And what I was doing is I was going to Texas. And on my way to Texas, I come up to this red light. And on the right side of me like that, they had this criminal justice transportation van that was on the side of me. And I looked to the right like that, and I seen that, and it's like, hold on. That brought back my memory to the 1111 number. And it's like, you know, I didn't want to acknowledge back then, but I knew that something was going on. It's like, why is this van catching my attention? So that right there would be a synchronization. So anyways, whenever I get to the hotel, you know, like the synchronization's kind of backed off a bit. But yet I was on the top balcony of the hotel room back in 2021 in September. And what I was doing, I was vaping on the top balcony. I was looking at the traffic going by. Like they had a 4-lane highway and they had a field right there. I was just sitting there, you know, observing the scenery around me. And all of a sudden, bro, my attention was drawn down to the railing of the hotel. Like, you know how they got the railing right there? And I seen a row of bars, and I said, yep. Yeah, I need to go grab my tarot cards to see what this is. What is this that's trying to catch my attention? And that's whenever I grabbed my cards and I went out to the truck, because my gut started tightening up again. What I done was I went out to the truck, I got my truck, and I started pulling cards. Justice reverse, 10 of swords, 5 of swords, Wheel of Fortune reverse, King of Pentacles reverse, 5 of wands, Empress reverse, Page of Cups reverse came up. Sure enough, it's an older woman that is behind that, and the 5 of swords is pertaining to some type of malicious setup energy. And it's with the law with the justice reverse. Exactly. And if you look at the 10 of swords, that looks like a row of bars, bro, if you really look at it that way. And that's a man being pinned down by injustice if you look at it. Exactly. If these individuals really want to go way back then, bro, whenever I captured that and had that on video and predicted that detective to come to my home, then this right here is going to be able to get this whole situation dropped. Why wasn't I left alone, bro? Why wasn't I left alone? And even back then, there wasn't no contact between me and this individual. Last person I had contact with, which was the Cancer female. That's when we stopped talking in 2021. I want to say that was in March. And yet the year of 2022, that's whenever I reported to her, whenever we got back in contact again, me and the Cancer female, whenever I was out of state. She knew that I was staying in the hotel. I told her what was going on. I said, I keep on being bothered by the officials, but they won't leave me alone. I keep being followed everywhere. I keep being surveilled. And I told her everything that was going on. I said, they're trying to set me up. And she sat there and she talked to me for a good while whenever I was out of state. But the last time I talked to the cancer female was 2022. But yep. I don't know if the higher-ups got information on that, but if they do their research, they're going to be able to find out that this situation is connected to that this was done out of jealousy and envy. That something got in the way of me and that individual, me and that cancer female's connection in the past. I'm not trying to bring that individual up or whatever, but I've always had a funny feeling about something happening that I'm not aware about physically that could have been done to her also. When it comes to that. But once again, the Taurus feminine, there wasn't no contact, bro, for over 5 years straight, even before the year 2020. Social media, any of that. I've been over this individual. Like that, the next person that I was with was a cancer female, but I've been over that individual. These individuals ain't got nothing to say when it comes to that, huh? Exactly. If they really want to go there, brother, like they really want to go there and keep on trying to push this injustice on me, I have the evidence to back up a camera, evidence to literally contradict everything that's on those papers. And these individuals got their information all fucked up. I'm not going to sit there, bro, and be bullied by an injustice, by an individual that don't know how to leave me alone, or these individuals that think that they could just do anything that they want to violate certain titles and sections upon me. This is why I'm upset that I feel that I don't deserve to even go to court Thursday, even though I have to be there. But still, though, this can all be dismissed and dropped and thrown out before that day. I don't know about on these individuals' behalf, because I'm going to tell you right now, everything can be turned and twisted onto them because of what is being done to me, but they don't want to do that, though. That's the thing. That's the way this is being controlled. They don't want to find this individual guilty of doing all this to me because they want to continuously continue with this cycle of pattern and practice of Title 42, USC, Section 140, 141. Even though it's been reclassified. That's the objective. To continuously commit the fraud and to commit the extortion and to keep this cycle ongoing and ongoing and ongoing and ongoing. It ends this year, bro. It ends this year. I am not going to be subjected to an injustice by this over and over and over and over and over, bro. I'm going to tell you right now, when this is dismissed, or if this gets dismissed or thrown out or whatever they need to do to correct or whatever is going on, once this is over, I am leaving and I am not ever coming back to this state again. I am leaving. I'm not going to be done. I'm not going to have this hold me back, bro. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not going to have this hold me back. I deserve to live my best life. And I will have the assistance of federal law agents to help me relocate if they had to step in. I'm not going to be fucked with over and over and over and over and over over by these individuals that think that this is okay to do this to me. I don't know what part about these individuals that they don't understand over here where I'm at. There's no contact between me and this individual, bro. I deserve a free, fair, balanced judgment of a dismissal. I deserve that because I fought hard for my freedom for a long, long time. I deserve a fair judgment of a dismissal. I'll show these individuals, brother, I don't want anything to do with this individual. I'll move far away from here. I won't ever be back over here. I deserve to have a dismissal. I render all these errors and improper procedures, improper judgment calls, that's false allegations upon me, rendered powerless. I deserve a dismissal, and that's that. I deserve that because I'm going to object these type of practices as being done to me out of the Title 42 USC Section 14141. The officials didn't do their job the right way. They could have prevented this from escalating this far. But no, this is the type of corrupt practice that was being continuously carried out upon my person ever since the year 2021. That's not my fault. Now, does it make enough sense to the locals or to, if the judge is finding out? Now, does it make sense why the FBI is involved? Why I kept bringing up their presence to the prosecutor? That's why. Because they're not doing their job the right way. I'm not going to sit there and let these individuals try to bully or harass or do anything to violate my U.S. federal protected rights or not properly enforce state law. When these individuals relentlessly are trying to get me in the system to have me prosecuted for no legitimate crime, no legitimate charge, or any of that. It's just being done due to retaliation, revenge, envy, and jealousy, which is going to then lead to malicious prosecution. I don't deserve that type of treatment because I am not going to be subjected to that type of abuse. They need to get their information straight because I'm going to tell you right now, it can be proven that this is deception and this is perjury and lying under oath. And that's not my problem. That's for them to handle up on or do whatever they need to do. Look at that. Judgment reverses. I'm saying that. Exactly. Bro, this can literally be reversed on these individuals. Wow. Bro, as I was shuffling my cards, look at the judge in reverse. This could reverse is what I'm getting. I'm not saying it would, but something could reverse. They're being judged, like somebody's being judged critically for doing this to me. The judgment is all about false allegations too. This is why I could go back off on them. This could reverse on them because this is false allegations about me. That's the main reason why this is happening to me. Is somebody agreeing to hear me out when it comes to this? That's in the law, where I'm at. I feel I deserve a dismissal. Straight up, straightforward, point blank, a dismissal. There wasn't no crime committed, Your Honor. I'm just speaking out loud. Ten of Pentacles, reverse page of cups. Somebody may want to apologize due to misinformation. A King of Swords is coming up in reverse at the bottom. Yeah, they do have somebody in authority that knows that I'm speaking some factual stuff here, bro. Some information. That's how there's somebody in a powerful position right here that knows I know my stuff. And this could literally have this reversed off. Eight of Swords reverse. Somebody in a powerful position knows that I know my stuff, bro, apparently. There's a lot of individuals right here that are arguing back and forth. Oh, you said this. Well, you said it like this, and you said it like that. Somebody also in a powerful position knows that I don't deserve to be in jail. And look at the page of Pentacles reverse. They got outsmarted. Something's outsmarting these individuals. Hold on. Look at that Knight of Cups reverse. Four of Swords reverse. What's this? Look, Nine of Pentacles reverse. With the Three of Cups, there's somebody that supports me. Don't you know the Nine of Pentacles reverse is scheming and scamming, exploitation and trafficking? They got outsmarted when it comes to that. Something is telling me these individuals are on their own. Somebody wants to leave this individual on their own to defend that because they got outsmarted. They're trying to relentlessly hold up. They're trying to relentlessly hold up a fraudulent foundation with all of this money in reverse. Look at the money in reverse here. Look at the law in reverse too. Scales in reverse. Somebody may want to apologize to me. They know I'm telling the truth. And it's like they want to leave this individual out in the cold because they're all on their own, bro. Somebody knows that I know a lot about the law. I know a lot about my rights. And it's like they could literally be fighting this for me to prevent this from happening to me with the Eight of Swords reverse. Because they know I know a lot about my rights. There's people that support me. That's an authority. But there's a King of Swords reverse down here. They're trying to deflect is what it looks like. They're trying to deflect. Some of them are trying to deflect the situation. No, you're not. No, you're not. Camera evidence ain't gonna lie. You're only trying to deflect it because you don't want this falling back off on you due to a fraudulent investigation being conducted upon me. I guess so. You don't want to be figured out. I guess so. They trying to sit there at gaslight. They don't want all this to fall back off on them because they could get caught up for fraud and illegal activities of money laundering. Yeah. I guess so. They don't want it to fall back off on them, but they're the only ones that are doing this to me. They're the only ones present committing these type of activities upon me. So how are they going to be able to get out of this one? They got outsmarted. They got outsmarted. Should have been continuously violating my rights with this unethical behavior. That's what I tell them. There's somebody that knows I'm telling the truth with the Hierophant. There's somebody in authority that supports me. This could actually be the feds right here with the Hierophant. I'm getting some of them in there. You ain't putting this guy in jail. Oh, no, you're not. They could be thinking that to themselves, like, yeah, I don't know where y'all think y'all going with this situation, but you ain't putting this guy in jail. Eight of Swords reverse. There's some of them that do see where I'm coming from. That no matter what these individuals do, this is going to reverse onto them and catch them in some fraud here with the Hermit reverse. It's going to catch them in unethical activities. Uh-huh. They're just being used as a troublemaker to cause trouble for me. Who is the authority figure that may be on my side? Bro, there's a higher up person somewhere. Is it the Hierophant card? They could be thinking to themselves, I ain't putting that guy in jail. You out your mind. You out your mind. Eight of Swords reverse. So who is this individual in authority? Queen of Swords. Okay, somebody that knows I'm very gifted and intuitive. Could be one of the ones that are in reverse. Uh-huh. Look at that. They know this is a lie. They know it's a lie. Look at that. Somebody's proud of me. Queen of Pentacles. Oh, I can't show that card. Lovers reverse. Gemini energy. I can't show that card. The Star reverse. Hold on, y'all. Ten of Swords. Ten of Wands reverse. The Patient Man reverse. Three of Swords. Sound like to me the same individuals that has betrayed me with this misinformation. They know I'm calling the accuracy out on that. Or could be somebody in there that may be intuitive. In the higher position of the law that may be intuitive. You're right about the fire sign female. Yeah, you're right about them and that X. Yeah, you're right about them two collaborating together. I know that you know that. To do this to you. And look, didn't I call the Empress reverse out earlier? What came out whenever I was out of state a long time ago at 2021? Look at the Empress reverse again with the Ten of Swords. This is what happened to me back then. And look, I had my back turned. You see that? Exactly. Bro, it's even on the imagery of the cards. Look at that. Person having their back turned. And that's what the hell was going on. Betraying me. They better look like doing what they can, bro, to clear up this misinformation. I'm going to tell you right now, this is going to go back off on all these individuals. With the Ten of Pentacles reverse. See me, I got the legitimate evidence. That's where the power is. The video evidence to contradict all these statements that was made about me. That's going to better to drop the credibility to be below zero and have the whole damn thing seen for what it is. That I am indeed not a criminal. I'm a victim to these attacks upon my rights, my amendments, and the U.S. Constitution. Somebody could have thought my clairvoyant abilities wasn't legit. But it's like, damn, bro, like that. Damn, that guy really does have that side to him. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I may not say it to everybody. I may be quiet in person. But that silence is me observing, bro, and analyzing my surroundings. I know what's going on. I know what's going on. Let me go ahead and ask my cards to see if I'm being believed. Am I believed when it comes to what I'm calling out by people in authority? The Sun reverse, King of Cups reverse, Ten of Wands reverse, Queen of Pentacles reverse, Seven of Cups, the Emperor. There's an older man that believes me. They believe that the narrative has been manipulated. They believe that I have been lied on. Somebody's just manipulating the narrative. They also see that I don't have any feelings for this individual either. There's no contact either with a Page of Wands reverse. They believe that I was lied on due to an individual having an egotistical problem at not having control over me and being unable to move on with the Ten of Wands reverse. Somebody knows this. That they're using this to their advantage in order to try to get me trapped up because of not being able to control anything or me moving on with the King of Cups reverse. Somebody's in their ego. Okay, so they basically see that this is retaliation. Jealousy. Somebody's also in there, they could be telling themselves, what the hell is this individual thinking doing this to him? Like, but you know how this is making this individual look? All these individuals? There's an older man somewhere that believes me for sure. That they don't have anything on me. Ten of Wands reverse. This man's been alone this whole time. He could care less about this individual. Like, that's what somebody could be thinking. There's an older man somewhere. He don't care about her. She the one that cares about him, that keeps on watching and doing things to him because that's how it's being seen. Why is he being bothered continuously? Oh, now people are starting to see through the illusion, but yet they're waking up to an illusion that, hey, this is where the problem is that is hurting me. It ain't me hurting them. Come on, bro. Damn, that's really how it is. Like Seven of Cups. Yeah. The thing of it is, if people's going to spread rumors or gossip about you, that's one thing. But when it comes to trying to get you in trouble with the law, bro, I will stand up on. Ain't nobody going to do that to me. No, they're not. They're not going to have me dragged through the system like that. No, they're not. Rumors, that's why I could give a shit less about rumors. They could say whatever the hell they feel the need or feel happy enough to say about me. I could care less. But when it comes to trying to get me in the system, I will defend myself. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. Somebody believes me because they know I ain't been talking to this individual with the Page of Wands reverse. They know that. They see that this individual still possibly feels some type of way and is using this to their advantage along with people that are jealous of me to retaliate and try to slow me down, which is once again in violation of my rights. How stupid. All right, let's go ahead and see why would they believe me. There's an older man somewhere as an authority that believes me. Could be an Aries man that's an older man. He's like, I know you ain't been talking to that individual. And it's like everybody's now waking up to the fact that, hey, this is really how it is. So why do they believe me? Because of the Empress reverse. Look at that. Told you. Because the truth's coming out about this individual. This is an insecure mother figure in reverse. Insecure, narcissistic. My job, look at that. Somebody in the law, somebody got information on something. There's a female law official somewhere that believes me. King of Wands reverse. There's a crooked tyrant official that this individual's been connected to. There he is, bro. There he is. Told you. You know who this guy is? Sagittarius. He been on the force for a long time. This is the guy that came out whenever I had to complain about this individual being next door to the residents that refused to do his job the right way. I know exactly who this King of Wands reverse is. But these individuals need to go look up the logical meanings to the Tower cards because it's going to better to back me up. This is a tyrant, a dictator, a manipulator, a bully. This is an official in reverse. There's a female that got information on this guy, what it looked like. That's in the law. Yeah, look at that. 7 of Wands. Ace of Pentacles. 10 of Cups reverse. Oh, so something could be connected to this marriage of that water sign. The Fool reverse. The Sun. Hierophant again. This is somebody in a higher up authoritative position. 6 of Cups reverse. This is a water sign from my past. Remember what I told you about a Cancer? Look, this is what happened in the past here between me and a Cancer. Something's telling me that this could be connected to that, bro. From the year of 2020 to 2022. This is a water sign from my past. Look at that. I got betrayed, bro, back then. There it is, bro. Yeah, look at that. They did nothing but lying. This is lying after lie after lie after lie. Look at that 4 of Wands reverse. Lying about a living situation. Hurting me repetitively. This is why they believe me. Because this is one of the individuals that has been causing confusion. This King of Wands reverse. Acting very reckless to cause confusion. That's also connected to this fire sign. That's a Leo that he had connections with. So you know what that's going to mean? Conflict of interest. It's all about who you know, huh? Why is this individual in connection with this individual in order to do this to me? That's what they like to know. Why is this official in connection with this individual right here? It's fire sign, huh? To do this to me. Why are these two connected to this Empress reverse? An older woman that's a Taurus. Because that's what this card is. Queen of Swords got the information on that this is what has been done to me ever since I was in connection with this water sign, and this is what was done. I wasn't with this earth sign. I was with this water sign in the past right here. But yet there's something that happened to me back when we last talked to each other, and I got betrayed. And therefore caused a separation. So they know that I wasn't in contact with this individual. This has everything to do with a Cancer feminine. He's been exposed. King of Wands reverse with the Sun. He's been exposed. There's an individual right here that possibly has my side. To be honest with you, I could care less who has my side and who don't. I have my own back. This is why I'm irritated and aggravated. Why should I have to go to court Thursday for some non-legitimate charge when this was premeditated upon me? This was all scripted out and planned out to happen exactly like that. Why was I able to predict that through my cards before that arrest took place? Just like the detective situation. I was able to predict a detective to come to my home, right? Guess who showed up a month later? A detective. I know how to read tarot accurately, intuitively. This is why they believe me, because of something going on over social media to have me going through a smear campaign. And somebody doing something on fake accounts to cause confusion to a whole public setting, to discredit me and to have me disapproved from a public setting. With a fire sign, 2 fire signs doing this shit to me. Uh-huh. 2 fire sign officials doing this to me. Lying on me. This has all been exposed, and there's somebody in a higher position that has figured this out. And something could connect these 2 individuals to a water sign from my past that they was being targeted and hurt also from these same individuals. I'm not saying they did find that out, but that's all on them, bro. Like, they the ones that investigate things, but it could be a possibility. They could be finding that this is connected to that water sign that I was with, and they hurt this individual also. Or I was being hurt just way back then. But just like I said, that's going to be able to prove there's no connection between me and the earth sign. That individual has been out of my life for a while. James was talking to the Cancer female. He was with her, even though they've been on and off sometimes. I wasn't with this earth sign. I wasn't having no contact with them. That's something that they could prove too. That's what it looks like. I told the truth about that. Hey, y'all hold on a minute, y'all. I told the truth about that. Simple as that. Y'all hold on, y'all. Spill some soda. I'll be right back. Y'all hold on a minute. Give me a rag, clean that up. Bro, you can literally see that this situation is being manipulated with witchcraft, because it's not that hard, bro, to see what is being done. Like, this is simple to catch you as lying. Why is this being dragged out this long? That's going to be able to prove that that's witchcraft that's doing that. That's manipulating officials and not do anything about it. It ends this year, bro. It ends this year. I'm sick and tired of this individual trying to cause problems for me. And just like I said, just because they don't have no criminal history, don't mean that they're an angel, bro. They're just smart enough and manipulative enough and know people just like this individual that she's been working with over there, in order to help them get away with that. Well, that time is up. That time is up. They ain't that smart. They ain't that smart. They ain't that smart. Just like all these individuals working together with one another. I could care less if they don't have a criminal history. It don't matter about any of that. That should be an eye-opener to these individuals. As to say, well, damn, bro, somebody don't have to have any criminal history to be committing this type of crimes. Exactly. You just have to know how to unmask them. And I have the analytical skill and behavioral analyst ability to do that. To do exactly that. Because they can't outskill, they can't outstubborn and outsmart a Scorpio on a psychological level, bro. They will be beaten every single time. A narcissist will never win over me. And I'm not basing it off of the astrology or the zodiac sign. It's just Aquarius and Scorpio, the two main signs that are able to reverse psychology on a narcissist. But that's what these individuals are, bro. It's a group of narcissists that all are collaborating together to twist truths, twist a lot of things or whatever, like to go back and forth with lies, truths, twist all that together. Therefore, you spawn situations like this that get carried out over the time. And people join in together that have the same type of mentality. They don't know how to think for themselves. They like to do these cloaking spells, these cloaking magic rituals or whatever, to cloak themselves as innocent. That way people can't catch on to the sinister person they are behind the flesh of that body. But guess what? That's why they're intimidated by a seer and a spiritual healer, because we have the gift to see through that. I could spot a witch from 500,000 miles away, bro. I know exactly how that energy feels. It's manipulative, it's nasty, it's disgusting, and it pisses me off. I don't like them. I don't like them. Something in my spirit don't set right about them. Bro, if somebody comes around me and I don't like them, and I start getting angry, or I start getting like this shift in energy, I'm gonna tell you what that is, because I'm picking up a demon. Like, they're around me, there's a dark presence around me. It's like I don't know what it is that does that. You'll know, bro. If I don't like somebody, you'll know. You'll know. I don't know how to explain it, what that is that does that. All I can say is it's a dark energy that I pick up. Almost as if a lion, like, you know how an animal, whatever, a dog, or I'm not really gonna say a lion, because a lion is known for its aggression or whatever, but I mean, they could be chilled also. Imagine somebody sitting there, like somebody go around a line, like they could have the zookeeper that goes around a line, right? And the lion chill. You know, the lion chill. They're not sporadic or none of that. They're not riled up. And you got somebody that goes over there, brother, that's an evil spirited person. Watch that lion. Watch that lion's behavior. That lion's gonna get on all fours like that and just look at you with that look. Like that. I'm telling you. Or start growling, and more than likely it's gonna charge at the individual and try to bite him. That's exactly what's gonna happen. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because that lion picks up something about that person that ain't right. That's why. Why the zookeeper could go over there, or somebody with a genuine spirit that could sit there, which it's not advisable for them to pet the lion, but to go around the line without any ounce of harm or danger. But yet you got some weird individual that goes over there, gets by him, and yet he wants to attack him because something ain't right with that person. I'm telling you. Bro, them animals could pick up on that. Hey, y'all, hold on a minute. All right, y'all, I'm back. But anyways, I just thought I'd address this issue on a live stream. I don't really want to bring. You can't bring the aggressive part into our courtroom, y'all. You can't say profanity and swear and all that in there. Like I got respect for that though. I'm not one of the ones that would do that. But I just much rather address the issue, bro. Like if the judge has knowledge of my YouTube channel or whatever, and he happens to check my video out, which I know it's not advisable to talk about things before you get there, but still, man, this is a serious situation that should not even be done to me. You know, I don't really want to go bother the judge or do none of that, which I did try to talk to the prosecutor, but still, though, I just had to get this out my system, to at least let them know that this is wrong. Like this is being done to me. Like this been being done to me for a long time. And if they're trying to use the 2017 incident against me or whatever to try to discredit me, I'm not saying they are, but to try to, oh, well, you disturbed the peace before, you're aggravated assault. It's a whole complete different guy in the year 2025. The numbers really don't matter. I'm a YouTube star. I'm doing something with my life. I'm a musician, a spiritualist. Don't bother nobody. I go out there to the grocery store, get my groceries, and go back home. I don't break any laws. What happened that day on June 2nd, I simply acted out of self-defense. Self-defense of a verbal adjustment. As I say, hey, F off, leave me alone. That's not a violent act of provoking a fight, fighting words, or offensive language when it comes to certain things like that. It's just the minute my freedom was threatened, that's whenever I took that as a threat to my freedom. Why is my freedom being threatened? You see me walking out the store, you follow me out the store, but that right there makes you look bad. Makes him look bad on his behalf, but he may not have been aware or whatever. That's the thing. Who is manipulating him into doing that? That's the thing. Because it may not even be his fault. That's the thing. See, I don't know the guy or whatever. I'm just going based off what happened that day or whatever. I am a stand-up person. I will defend myself, And how I defended myself is not a violent act at all. Now, the guy may or not have knew all what was going on or what was being done to me prior to that incident. But if he did, I guarantee you, bro, he wouldn't have reacted that way. He probably wouldn't even talk to me or whatever. I mean, I'll have a chat with the guy as long as it ain't about, like the ex or whatever. Like, I'll sit there and talk to somebody. But when it comes to somebody that's trying to get me in trouble, man, I ain't going to take that too lightly, Because I already know where this is going, like where it's going to eventually lead to. And sure enough, that's exactly how I tried to avoid it, bro. When I walked out, see, that's what the judge going to look like. Like, if they do things the fair way, they're going to look at that. Okay, well, did he walk out the building? When he turned his back, you should have just left him alone. Because that's exactly what I did. I turned my back. I walked out the door, and I was going to the car to get my car and go eat. Go eat my sandwiches. You know what I'm saying? If that guy wouldn't have followed me out the building, y'all, that wouldn't have never happened. I would have been on my way. That's how, more than likely, that's how they're going to look at it, too. Well, he did walk out. Like, he did walk out the building. Why was I followed out the building to start with? That's the thing. Why? He wasn't told to leave. It's just you kept bringing up this individual that tried to cause him problems. The man has every right to decline a conversation. And that's exactly the way that I done it. Was removing myself from the situation because I knew where I was going. That's all about me avoiding, not really much avoiding confrontation, but a public disturbance when it comes to that because it's in a store. Already knowing damn well what this individual was doing, and yet I held my composure and told him, look, man, I'm not here to talk about this individual. I'm here to get my food and to go about my business, go on my way. I said, you really don't know what this individual trying to do to me. And then that's whenever he kept talking about it, and I just looked at him like that. I turned to the side. I said, I ain't got the time for this. I need to go. I need to go to my car, just go eat. And that's exactly what they're going to see on the camera footage. I promise you that. If I wasn't followed out the building, guess what? That wouldn't ever happen, bro. I would have went to my house and ate my sandwich. Just like I've been doing before that. These individuals try to make, I don't know how the judge is going to look at that with that. Well, why y'all trying to say he threw his groceries in the garbage can? Don't you know that ain't breaking the law? I wonder how the judge I wonder how the judge would see that. Come on, y'all. Like they literally trying to make it out to be a problem, me throwing my groceries in a garbage can. Hey, that's better than littering, huh? I ain't breaking the law. I paid for the groceries. I was just upset. Like, this got in the way of me eating because I was hungry. They literally try to make something out to be nothing when he threw his groceries in a garbage can. Even though I'm agitated, I'm trying to go about my way to eat my food, I still did the right thing by throwing my groceries in a garbage can. At least I didn't throw them on the sidewalk or the street because that could be considered littering, right? Exactly. Exactly. There's absolutely nothing wrong with walking up to the garbage can and politely tossing the groceries in the garbage can because you're agitated. They'll see all that on camera, on the surveillance cameras. I walk straight up to the garbage can. You're not littering. Already done paid for the groceries. Got the receipt in my hand. Decided that I wasn't hungry anymore. This is disrupting my day. And I decided to go up to the garbage can. I already paid for it. But they try to make that out to be a problem. Hey, bro, I've already paid for my groceries. If I want to throw them in a garbage can, I have every right to throw it in the garbage can. Simple as that. It's just these individuals are trying to spruce things up to make it appear as something that it's not. Because when the officer showed up that day, they're going to be able to see through the body cam footage. He's chill. He's confident about actually going to jail because he knows he ain't did nothing wrong. All they got to do is check the body cam footage. Bro, if you're guilty of something, you're going to be sitting there with a look on your face. Not knowing what to say or afraid or whatever you did something wrong. All they got to do is look over the body cam footage and retrieve the phone call. They're going to be able to see the phone call that I was on the phone with the FBI agent. I was on the phone with them, asking them for help. Even though it was the city officials that was there, but it's still pertaining to this individual, what I reported already. That these individuals have been involved in violating my U.S. constitutional rights when it comes to unreasonable searches, etc. Or no, the Fourth Amendment. The Fourth Amendment. Violating the Fourth Amendment upon me with unreasonable searches, unwarranted surveillance, tailgating, stalking, official misconduct of stalking. I don't know if they consider that misconduct, but yeah, stalking. Intimidation, harassment. Yeah. I've already had to report them to the individuals, to the FBI because of that. And I have the dash camera evidence to back that up too. That's why I was on the phone with them, because I already knew where that was going. And once again, it's going to be able to prove that the law did not do their job the right way that day at all. You can't just walk up to somebody and arrest them and not get both sides of the situation. Nah, if it's something serious, then yeah. They didn't even arrest me, bro, and pull me back out the car or question me or any of that. They just straight up put the handcuffs on me, bro, and took me to jail without getting my side of the situation. That can be seen through body cam footage. Yes, it can. I'm going to go ahead and see how the feds look at this charge that's on me right now. I'm going to go ahead and do a reading on that to see how they would observe this charge. That's relentlessly, they're trying to relentlessly get to stick to me because it's invalid. It's not a legitimate charge, bro. It's not disturbing the peace by a violent act. It's not. They booked me on disturbing the peace by, they didn't put by a violent act, but that's what's on the clerk of court said that's what's on the report or whatever. That's what the judge read out to me whenever I first went before him. When it come to my arraignment, that's what was read out to me. I was like, dang, they put by a violent act. So I thought it was just regular disturbing the peace. But no, they got by a violent act. How does federal law look at this charge that's on me? What is their perception of this charge? Even though this is not in their jurisdiction to take care of that, I just want them to see what I'm calling out when it comes to this. That's all these violations that can have this dropped off of me. If they see it how I see it. Which they're going to have different perceptions too, you know, but still though, brother, law is the law. Even though they may enforce a whole different law, a federal law, still though, bro, some of the federal law knows state law too. Oh, this is a bad investment. This ain't good, bro. They're shaking their head. I'm telling you right now, bro. There's some agents shaking their head back and forth. Like, That's what I'm hearing. Page of Cups, Childish, the Son, Hermit. This ain't wise of these individuals to do this to me. With the Seven of Pentacles reverse, this is a bad investment on their behalf. I'm getting some of them are shaking their head like, like that. Three of Swords. This is harassment and intimidation. They could see this as harassment and intimidation. This is causing harm. Three of Swords. Six of Pentacles. King of Pentacles. Yeah, there's something sneaky and deceptive about this. With the Seven of Swords. Seven of Cups. King of Cups reverse. Two of Pentacles reverse and a Star reverse. They don't perceive this in a good light at all. Page of Swords reverse. They perceive this as very suspicious. They perceive this as there's something suspicious about these individuals is what it looks like. They also could perceive these individuals to be out of their mind, like they're very egotistical. They think that they got something on me. They think that they won by doing this to me. They perceive this water sign male to be a sinister individual that was on the phone with them. They're paying attention. They're investigating this guy. This Cancer male on the force. They're investigating him is what it looks like. They perceive this as to be bullying and harassment. They're not viewing this King of Cups. This is one of the officials in reverse. They're not viewing this man in a positive light at all. You couldn't be one of the ones connected to this earth sign, huh? You ain't one of the ones that's been collaborating with this earth sign to try to get them locked up, huh? Before this court date, before this incident. You ain't one of the men, huh? I guess some of these agents are in their ego because I could hear them, bro, literally fucking thinking that shit. Like, or you couldn't be one of these individuals that was collaborating with the ex, huh? Before this this incident. I think you are, because you've been violating. You one of the officers have been violating this individual's Fourth Amendment, illegally tracking him through some type of GPS tracker on his car. You knew about it all along, and yet you're going to sit there and arrest this guy anyways? Are you out your mind, bro? Oh, they got somebody in there. I'm hearing them, bro. I'm hearing their thoughts loud and clearly. It's like they're in their ego. Like there's a higher up official that's in their ego. It's like multiple at the same time. That's like some of them are like, man, this is crazy. And they got some of them that's in there like, yeah, you could be one of the ones that was behind betraying them, huh? Look, that's the extra three of swords energy. Page of swords reverse. They view this as very underhanded, very deceptive, there's a control energy here too. Very controlling and very unwise. This is an unwise thing to do. And they perceive one of these individuals to think that they got something on me, that they're winning. They perceive this as sinister and look like to me this is criminal activity. Okay, so that would explain why it ain't a good investment because of criminal activity that's behind this with the Five of Swords. So they perceive this as a very egotistical way to have the upper hand, but yet this is through criminal activity. Seven of Swords or Five of Swords, bro, is something very sinister being done. With the Seven of Swords and the Five of Swords, this is criminal. Okay, so they view this as criminal harassment. Okay. Some of these individuals could be getting charged with criminal harassment. That could be a charge pending on these. I don't know if that is, but if they decide to step in on my behalf, they could charge some of these officers with criminal harassment up on me. I don't know if they are though. I'm not about to read that energy or whatever, but there's some harassment here, bro. Five of Swords is intimidation, harassment, and bullying. And then you have something underhanded being done in disguise with the Seven of Swords, and then you have the Seven of Pentacles in reverse. This ain't a good investment. This charge is not a good investment because this is going to better to prove what they have been doing with this individual right here. There's something very significant about criminal harassment. I'm glad somebody sees it like they see it in bro, this is a sinister energy right here. This is one of these officials in reverse. This dude got some nerve to do this to me. But yet, look, there's a child right here. There's a child right there. And there's some manipulation that's linking one of these individuals that was doing that to me that day to a situation. They think I'm also getting from their perception of this situation, they think that they're smart, but they're only confused enough. That's like they love to confuse themselves. I don't know, bro. They definitely see something sinister about this arrest. Like, they see something sinister about this charge. The person that's behind this, something's been exposed about one of these officials. Don't you know the Five of Swords is connected to the R word? Grape, but it's without the G. Connected to perversion. Yeah. One of these individuals that was involved that day, there's something that's linking them, several of these individuals, to that. It's what it looks like. There's something shady and suspicious about this charge. I'm going to tell you right now, but this ain't a good investment for them to keep this on me because something could quickly be turned and reversed against these individuals that's been harming me. I'm getting, that's all it took in order to prove something is what I'm getting. Whenever it came to me identifying what is being done from these officials to be violating my civil rights, my U.S. Constitution, and relentlessly following me and tailgating me, this is all that had to happen in order to prove that my abilities in 2023 to 2024, the times I've had to complain whenever I was staying in a 3-bedroom house, is going to better to prove what this is that's doing this to me and who really is involved behind that. That's kind of the vibes I'm getting. I don't know, y'all, but I'm not going to sit there and get into too much details. But they're definitely viewing this charge as a bad investment. This is not a wise decision at all for them to go through and do to me. They may not better to step in right then and there to do something, but they're looking at this as this is not a good investment. This is a sinister, conniving thing to do in order to harm me. This is how they're looking at it. Even though it may not be their jurisdictional law, whatever, it's federal law that's looking at that charge like that. But they're looking at this as these individuals are out their mind, bro. With the 7 of Cups, are they out their mind? That's kind of the vibes I'm getting. They definitely don't perceive this as a positive sign at all. This is actually putting me in despair and hurting me. They're also seeing this as a form to use this as their advantage in order to cause even more harm to me when it comes to my reputation, to have some type of slander believed. That's going to be connected to the restraining order, right? Exactly. They're trying to confuse people and brainwash people in order to try to get this to stick. That's the main reason why they want this to stick to me, so they can have this, so they can have me discredited when it comes to. They see this as sinister and criminal on these individuals' behalf. 5 of Swords and the 7 of Swords. I'm about to go ahead and see why. They definitely don't view this in a positive light at all. But they're glad that they see it for what it is, though. They definitely see that this is hurting me. So why does federal law see this charge on me as not good? This ain't good. This ain't a good look for these individuals, bro, that's trying to force this charge on me. This ain't good for these people, bro, I'm telling you. So why does federal law perceive this charge in a negative light that's on me? It's disturbing a peace charge by a violent act. Why do they perceive this as a negative? Okay, so some of them see where I'm coming from. But they know the law, though, bro. That's the thing. Like, even though they may enforce federal law, some of them in there know state law, too. They may not know the rights or whatever, but at the same time, it's like they know they know certain laws. So why does federal law perceive this charge on me as negative? I'm gonna go ahead and dissect this type of energy here, if that makes any sense. Okay, look, 6 of Swords reverse. This is following. Deliberately trying to cause trouble. Look at that, the ending card reverse. Look, it's showing itself again. 7 of Pentacles reverse. Judgment. High Priestess reverse. Look at that. Because this is going to catch a female up at lying on me. This is going to catch a female up at lying on me. And something connected to the graveyard, too. Something very significant about one of these individuals could be connected. Like, there's a witch. There's somebody that's abusing their power that's a female. That has been exposed. Oh! 6 of Pentacles. Look at that. That's a setup. 6 of Pentacles reverse. This is why they perceive this as a negative. This is extortion. Chariot reverse. Judgment is on a Cancer male for this. Oh, Ten of Pentacles reverse. Damn. Damn. Go! Go! Look at all that in reverse. Go! Look at that. Look, Tyrant Cops. Look at that. Look, Queen of Swords reverse and King of Wands reverse. What I tell y'all, it's the officials that's behind that, huh? They being judged for that, bro. Told you. Told you. Maybe the judge could be alerted by that. Maybe the judge could be told what these individuals have been doing to me. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Look like me, bro. A judge could come down hard on these individuals. Look at that for doing this to me. This is indeed linked to a setup. Yes, it is. This is going to better to be proven this was set up. Ha! They caught, bro. Look at that. They're on the judgment for that. Look at that. You got a Queen of Swords reverse and a King of Wands reverse. And then you got all this being done in a public setting. I was being followed to the store that day. Something is telling me something was tracked and monitored to prove that I was followed to the store that day. These individuals have caused me trouble before that, but yet this was meant to cause me trouble that day. Something's telling me that this right here was a setup. Don't you know I proved the Six of Pentacles reverse through a reading days before this arrest took place? This is being evaluated. If some higher up officials do have this information, I would greatly appreciate if they pass this to the local judge down here to where the judge could see this, what these individuals done to me, and how this was set up on me. This is illegal, bro. This is all illegal activity. Look at this. This is extortion. This is connected to public activity of illegal activities going on. There's an official in reverse. And then you have disapproval from a public setting. Look at that. And this is tyrant officials with the King of Wands reverse. Chariot reverse. Something's telling me they may alert this judge or whatever. They got information on that. They may pass this to the judge. Because I don't deserve to be in jail or none of that, bro. I don't even deserve to be in court Thursday. But, I mean, I will go, you know what I'm saying? Like, even if they don't do that, I still got to go. But this is what I'm upset about. Why I feel I shouldn't have to go. I feel that this should be dismissed. But look at this. This is why federal law perceives this charge on me as to be wrong, negative. Because this is officials that are connected to something very major, bro. That's illegal. And they are connected to extortion. They are extortionists. Six of Pentacles reverse. Manipulating after manipulating after manipulation. Something is tying these individuals back to some type of financial money trail of some scheming here. Oh yeah, bro. Something's telling me this cop is going to be judged harshly. Harshly. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, he ain't getting away with this, bro. He ain't getting away with this. This could actually have these cops fired for doing this shit to me. Like, this judge may agree to fire these individuals for doing this to me. I don't know though. I'm not gonna make any assumptions, y'all. But there's a judge here, bro. Like Judgment Upright, that's judging a tyrant official for doing this to me with the Six of Pentacles reverse. I don't know who the judge is, but there's a judge somewhere, bro, that's judging this individual, these individuals right here for who they are and what is being done to me. That's why they view this charge upon me as negative, because of what's connected to this charge that led up to that day. Exactly. Exactly. I'm not about to get in too much information, y'all, but I just wanted to speak out about this. Rather than getting agitated and using, you can't use profanity in a court. You can't do that shit. You know what I'm saying? You can't do that. It could get you for swearing or contempt. You can't do that, which I wouldn't do that. I'm just saying, though. It's best for me to just exercise my free speech on here and to do a reading. And before I even done the reading, I was just naturally channeling. But anyways, I pray that somebody lets the judge know if there's an authority figure in a higher position that has evidence or some type of proof to prove something, I would greatly appreciate that, to where that's all they have to do, really. And the judge is gonna look at that as a be like, oh, well, this is what they was doing to him? I guess so, he's upset. Talking about me. The judge will see why I'm upset. Why I feel threatened to my freedom. Because that's the what they call that? That's the penalty of disturbing the peace charge. You either spend 90 days in jail or you have $100 fine, but including the court costs. So that's going to round up to about $200 or something dollars. I want to say $287 something dollars, or $300 something dollars or whatever. But still, though, you have that 90 days in jail. That's a penalty also with disturbing the peace. I know all about the laws, bro. I know all about the penalties and all that. You know? But anyways, I just thought I'd address this issue because I did predict a setup before it took place that day. Yes, I did. And I've been in contact with the feds to let them know that, hey, something is being done to me relentlessly with these cops, but these cops don't want to leave me alone. I can feel this in my gut. Something is not right. Something is not right. And it's like, I know I may not have physical proof of it. I know y'all may not be able to go based off intuitive knowledge. But I'm telling you, I know exactly where this is coming from. It's coming from officials that are doing that to me. I know exactly who this is that's doing it too. And I tell them. When I feel that sinking feeling in my stomach, bro, that's not the mind. This is not, oh, I think something's being done. No. That's what I feel in my stomach. Apparently, they got something here, bro, with the 10 of Pentacles reverse, 6 of Pentacles reverse, Chariot reverse, 7 of Pentacles reverse, 6 of Swords reverse. It ain't a good look for these individuals. I'm going to tell you that right now. There's a judge judging this King of Wands reverse harshly. I'm talking about harshly. Dang. I don't know who the judge is, though. I don't know if it's the local judge. I don't know if it's a federal judge. I don't know who it is, but there's a judge here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I have to show up to court. I'm not saying I can go to court. No, I'm going to court. I'm just trying to get them to see my side before I get in there, because I already know how it is. It's a different environment. You can't swear in there. You can't do none of that. And there's a certain time limit, even though they don't have a timer up there. They have to get through both sides of a situation before they move on to the next case or whatever. Like, that's how it is. And sometimes, depending on the mood that the judge is in, if somebody upsets the judge, that right there is going to screw up the whole damn thing. That's another thing I look at, you know. But I mean, the point I'm trying to make is I shouldn't even be in there as a defendant when there was no crime committed. Even though I still have to go, I will go. But I'm praying that they'll have it dismissed. Because I'm not guilty of no crime, y'all. I'm not. There wasn't no disturbing the peace by a violent act at all. I simply was defending myself. We're telling the individual that followed me out the stores and say, F off, leave me alone. I say, you really don't know what this individual's been doing to me. Disturbing the peace by a violent act would be provoking by fighting words, threatening, etc., etc. And there wasn't any of that was done. It was just me being irritated and telling the individual, F off, leave me alone, man. I ain't got the time for none of this, because I already told him in the store, leave me alone. I don't want to hear about this individual. I'm here to get my food, go about my way. He should have just left me alone right there, just let me go to my car. Because that could be seen on the surveillance cameras. Well, damn, he was walking away. Why'd you follow him out the building? Exactly. But anyways, I thought I'd share this knowledge, y'all, because I know Thursday's coming up. I got to go to court at 2 o'clock on Thursday. And this has been getting in the way of my YouTube channel, y'all, by the way. Because this keeps on being done to me even before this court date. They keep on manipulating things. I can feel that intuitively. And what I do is I document down these incidents with my cards. So it's just a very stressful situation on me. I'm just praying that the judge will have it dismissed, y'all. To where I could go about my way, even if I have to move. You know? I don't deserve to be in jail. Y'all ought to be paying a fine for a crime that I did not commit. I don't deserve that. Especially what has been done to me that led up to that date. It's uncalled for, bro. I was just praying the judge to let me go. But just like I said, like, you can't swear in court. That's why I'd much rather get on here and address the issue, to where if they do chime in or whatever they know about my YouTube channel, that's fine with me. To where I can let them know that, hey, this is bothering me. You know what I'm saying? Without going to bother him. Can't be doing all that, you know? But I did talk to the prosecutor a couple of times or whatever, and I addressed the issue or whatever, like, hey, this is a U.S. constitutional violation of free speech. And the second time I went up there, that's whenever, which I know you can't, prosecutor ain't there to defend you. They're there to defend what they supposed to have on you or whatever. But still, though, they could still reason with you at some kind of level. You know what I'm saying? You just got to know how to talk to them, which it may hurt you in a sense, but when you know your rights, then you're not going to be afraid. But sometimes you have to stand up to the government officials to show them what is right and wrong. I'm not afraid of them, man. I'm not. I'm not afraid of them. I'm not afraid to stand up for what I know is right, because this is clearly unconstitutional, what was done to me. But this may be catching them off guard. As I say, they wonder if there is something deeper to this situation. Why? Like, this is the first time we see him actually fight this much and stand up. Because there's a problem. There's a problem. Not all of them may be aware of it. The judge may not even be aware of it. You never know. But I do know these officials that has been doing this to me has been caught on my dash cam footage, GoPro camera footage, and my phone camera footage, and has been turned into the FBI due to civil rights violations and my Fourth Amendment unreasonable searches being conducted upon me and relentlessly trying to bother me. I've identified their unit numbers, their names, and all that to them, including the individual that was connected to them. When it comes to the individual that kept on coming near my home over and over and over and over and over, and told them that these individuals are trying to get me in trouble. I keep on being surveilled by these cops, but these cops don't want to leave me alone. They keep sitting by my house. Every time I come out the store, they could come up, they pull up in the parking lot and face my direction, sitting there watching me. Sometimes they'll be crossing the railroad tracks and they'll just sit right there on top of the hill, bro, just watch my direction like that, right there on top of the tracks. They had one time that whenever I was sitting in my car listening to music on YouTube, I was about to back up to go to the store, and they had this Yukon that kept circling the block, bro, kept circling my house like that. A police cruiser unit. You could see it on the surveillance camera, bro, that the cop was driving up. He drove all the way up the hill like that, put his unit in reverse, backed all the way up to my driveway, and sat there in front of my driveway and put a spotlight on in my car. That's a Fourth Amendment violation right there, bro, to the extreme. That is considered a search. Shine a spotlight straight in my car whenever I'm on my property. You can't do that to somebody, bro, without no legitimate a search warrant. That was an intimidation tactic, but I got that on my surveillance camera. That was, I want to say, in 2022. Literally goes up the road. They have a hill looking thing. Backs all the way down the hill and pulls right there in the driveway of mine where I'm at, where my car is parked at, and shine the spotlight in my car. When I'm sitting there jamming music. But anyways, yeah, this is the issues that I've been dealing with for a long time. But I'm glad that whoever this is that may see this charge as negativity, this would explain why they see it negative, because these individuals are being judged critically, is what it looks like. This would explain why this ain't legitimate. Like, this is not a good look for them. Like, why they view this as a negative situation. This charge is negative in their eyes. Federal law perceives this charge on me as negativity, a bad investment. Because of what this may be connected to is what it looks like. Exactly. Six of Swords reverse, all about following. Continuously following somebody. But the secrets are all about that with the High Priestess reverse. The secrets are all about that. But something could be proven and backed up why this is happening to me. Because every time I travel in my car, I'm being lied on when it comes to some type of scamming. With the Six of Pentacles reverse, they're using my travels to their advantage to manipulate something through finances. That's what it looks like. Somebody could also be getting caught running some type of business in my name, and it's going to link it back to an authoritative figure. Oh, I'd watch it, bro. If I was these individuals, I'd watch it. I'm not saying it is that, but the way it looks here with the 10 of Pentacles reverse and the 6 of Pentacles reverse, somebody could have literally been using my profile picture. That's an official. That's been doing shady things to me every time I travel, in order to get me to appear as if I'm doing something financially when I'm not. I'm not going to say any names, but somebody better watch it, bro. They better watch it. They better watch it. I ain't got a damn thing to worry about. They better watch it, bro. Messing with me like this. They better watch it. There's something that they got. It's pretty obvious they got something on these individuals with the judgment card, holding them accountable to something. With the judgment card, I don't know if this is a local judge or not, but there's a judge holding this individual accountable heavily. Heavily. Oh, so this is what you're doing to this young man, huh? Get out of here. Get out of here. You Okay, so there's a judge that is judging somebody harshly. It's an official that's under judgment from a judge. A judge ain't playing no games with this King of Wands reverse, bro, that's been doing something to me. And there's something with a Queen of Swords reverse connected to something. Yep. There's something that they could be analyzing something about the store too, with the Ten of Pentacle diverse. Something about the store, workers at the store or whatever. Who else is connected to these cops? That's what's under evaluation. Who's connected to these cops doing this to me? Look like to me, it's a lot of people with the Ten of Pentacle diverse. A lot of them. A lot of them. But anyways, so for them to have a negative perception of the charge that's on me is due to something that's already on evaluation and judgment as it is already. It sounds like to me a business could be getting caught, a corrupt cop could be get caught, or an official getting caught running an illegitimate business and trying to have everything thrown back off on me and have me falsely accused of it when I'm not doing that through scamming. With the Six of Pentacles versus scamming and abuse of authority. Something very significant about a vehicle with the Chariot reverse. Six of Pentacles reverse. So give me a closing message. Let me go ahead and see if the judge would believe me. Does the judge believe me, Holy Spirit? Hey, y'all still there, collective, or no? Does the judge believe me? So y'all can hear me good or no? King of Wands is coming up in reverse again at the bottom. Judgment is showing up again. Okay, so this could be the judge. Okay, the judge is, I don't know, he could be listening. He believes I'm not the one attacking. If he does believe me, I'm not the one stirring up all this right here with the Five of Wands reverse. There's some type of manipulation that's going to backfire on these individuals, what it looks like. Something's backfiring. Queen of Wands reverse. Ooh, Six of Pentacles reverse. Look at that. There's two officials that's under judgment right now. This is the underlying energy. Look at that. Queen of Wands reverse, King of Wands reverse. With the Six of Pentacles reverse again. Maybe this is too intense for him to actually want to see it, but it's like, this is on the judgment right now. Six of Pentacles reverse. This is an official and this is an official too. This is a female official and a male official in reverse. And there's extortion once again. This card keeps coming out repetitively. And look like to me the judge could be judging it for that too. It's a manipulator. This female right here is a manipulator. Then you got another one right here, a manipulator. Knight of Wands reverse and the Ten of Swords reverse. If the judge does believe me, he believes that he knows I wouldn't hurt anybody with the Ten of Swords reverse. I'm not there to cause any harm to anybody. There's innocence right here too, but like this is what's on the judgment, Six of Pentacles reverse. People abusing their position of power with the Six of Pentacles reverse, and there's two officials here. I'm getting there's a possibility, yeah. But this can't be seen through tarot, though. That's the thing. It can't be seen through tarot. It has to be seen by tangible proof to prove that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying they do it with it. I just want to see if this. There's two officials in reverse though, with the Six of Pentacles reverse, the Son of Judgment. There's only one way to look at this situation too, is what it looks like with the Two of Swords. It's like no matter where they look, it's like everything is reversing back on these individuals trying to manipulate something and try to get me to appear as an attacker when I'm not. Okay, so there's something that could be coming out here, like there's something about me not provoking any drama, but something that's manipulated to try to get it to appear that way, but that's something that's going to reverse. I'm getting whatever these individuals have been doing, if they've been lying and trying to influence this judge's decision, there's something that this judge could be acknowledging is what I'm getting. Okay, so there's something that could be coming out about how they're trying to influence the decision by scamming. Wow. Wow. I'm getting someone to do it trying to influence the decision by scamming and abuse of power. Okay, so that right there would actually reverse on these individuals and actually find them guilty of having a lot to hide when it comes to betraying me this way. By trying to get me to appear as if I'm a bad guy. As if I'm violating the law and committing a crime. Cool. You know what I'm saying? The thing of it is, okay, I'm not going to talk about this situation anymore, y'all. I'm going to leave that out. But what I will say is, anytime somebody tries to influence a decision, when it comes to some type of scamming or doing something underhanded and deceptive to try to get somebody else in trouble or to try to do something to cheat, that right there, they ain't going to win. They ain't going to win. It's actually going to get them defeated. The thing of it is, why are they doing this to start with? Like, why would somebody have to influence a decision when it comes to this type of situation to start with? Wow. What I will say is, I'm not going to reveal too much information, y'all. I will keep that to myself. What I'm getting here is there's something that could be observed that I'm not the attacker. That's what I'm getting with the Five of Wands reverse, Ten of Swords reverse. I'm not hurting anybody. But there's a lot of manipulation here that can actually reverse on these individuals that's trying to get it to appear that way. But anyways, I'm going to go ahead and stop talking about it, y'all. Yeah, they coming out again in reverse, and they got the Six of Pentacles reverse. Something very significant about the Ten of Cups energy. That could be a water sign marriage. What I'm getting here, y'all, is that like there could be a very, this could be kind of like fascinating to this individual. Like, how is he able to read all that? You know what I'm saying? It's not easy. It's not easy. It's not an easy thing to do. I'm just having to read this in order, like I just want to read all that to defend myself. Just like I've been doing when it comes to my general readings. It helps me better understand what is really going on, like I know tarot can't be used as when it comes to that, but it can indeed help me better understand why things are happening the way that they're happening. If that makes any sense. The judge may respect me enough to hear me out, is what I'm getting, con. The judge may respect me enough to hear me out. That I ain't the one hurting anybody. With the Five of Wands reverse. It's Ten of Swords reverse. If this wouldn't have been done to me, whatever, this wouldn't be pinning on me. I wouldn't even be in this energy right now, y'all. It's just irritating. Cause I know I didn't do anything wrong. And when I know I'm right, when I know I'm innocent, see that's something else the judge can be paying attention to. Why is he that persistent at defending himself? Because if he's wrong, he'd take accountability. Because that's what I did in the past in 2017. I held myself accountable for that. But when I'm an innocent man and something is being done to me that's unlawful, and I already know a lot about the law and know about the Constitution and the amendments and the U.S. Constitution, I'm going to stand up and defend myself. Especially when it comes to individuals that are not treating me the right way. I'm being treated highly unfairly. Being betrayed. Not having the proper help that I deserve. When it comes to neutralizing the situation. To prevent an individual from causing me harm. And yet nobody want to do their job the right way. That's not my problem at the end of the day, bro. They're going to actually look at that as responsible on my behalf. Well, he called for assistance, didn't he? Why y'all couldn't remove the individual? Like, when he asked for assistance, like, it's pretty obvious, bro, this individual tried to get him in trouble. You know what I'm saying? It's 12:11 over here. Oh, you must be in a different location. Yeah, it's a different time. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yep. 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 But anyways, I just wanted to see what was going on and to get this out my system because I know that the court date's coming up and it's really bothering me. It's really bothering me a lot. I'm not gonna go bother the judge or whatever or none of that. No. But I did try to talk to the prosecutor a couple of times, or whatever, let them know that hey, this is a U.S. constitutional violation. I disagree with this charge being on me. You know. And I sat there and explained certain titles and sections. And I did it in a calm manner, like not a, oh, this is how it's gonna be. No. I only did that is because I know that I'm innocent. That's why. And I know how to defend myself against things being used against me. I know how to disarm the situation just like I've been doing. You know? I personally believe these individuals that have done this to me needs to be held accountable for not doing their job the right way because it's really not the prosecutor or the judge's fault. No, because it ain't them. It's the officials that ain't doing their job the right way. They're actually abusing their position. They deserve to be held accountable for it. You know? Because in reality, it's like, okay, well, they may not know everything because the judge may not know everything whenever something gets in front of them in a courtroom. It may not all of them it may be that way, but they may not really know what's going on. They're just gonna sit there and read out what the charge is, what the charges are against the individual. And then gather evidence or whatever the prosecutor like presents certain things and They sit there and judge the situation, the plaintiff, the defendants, or whatever. But they may not truly know what's all going on. It's like it's up for certain things to be presented before the judge in order for the judge to sit there and judge the situation on both ends like that to see what's really going on. To see if they could catch somebody slipping in their story or, you know. But nah, it's not the prosecution's and the judge's fault, bro. No, it ain't. I've seen a video pop up on video recommended. Maybe that's a synchronization for me to pay attention to, and how a judge got all over a cop. No, it was a sheriff. Got all over a sheriff. It was a guy. It was a male sheriff. Got all over him in his courtroom and told him, "Get out of here. You don't want to do your job the right way. You want to sit. Get out of here." That judge went off on that. Ooh, that judge was fired up, bro. Like it was a male judge, and they had a deputy sheriff that was in there, and he sat there and got all over. But yeah, that was a video, a recommended video that popped up on a video recommendation. Maybe that was a sign in itself, but I wasn't paying attention to that, y'all. That would be awesome to actually see this judge over here hold these individuals accountable that done that to me. That's been doing that to me to try to hurt and harm me. That'd be awesome to see that go down, to watch, to sit there, my presence sitting there in that courtroom and just hearing them call them out for that, bro. Left and right. Sitting there reading it on the transcripts or whatever like this. So you mean to tell me this is what you doing now? Sit there and watch them be held accountable. And to know that I won't ever have to face that problem again. You know? But I mean, that's all in the divine. Blah, that's all in the divine, y'all. That's all in divine timing. If it happens, it happens. If it don't, it don't. I can't do nothing about it. But what I can do is defend myself from an unlawful arrest and a non-legitimate charge. Because that wasn't what happened that day. But anyways, y'all. I will be back with the readings, y'all, if the judge decides to let me go. On Thursday, I have my court date Thursday. But I will not be doing any tarot readings before then because this is, like I said, I'm having to battle this situation psychologically, spiritually. It's a lot on me right now. It may seem like it's not a major situation. Oh, it's just a disturbing of peace charge. Y'all don't know how these individuals operate over here, bro. Especially the officials. Y'all don't know how they operate over here. That's why I've been persistent at posting on the community posts and being in contact with federal law to let them know that, hey, this situation, me being in this courtroom is highly threatening to my freedom, y'all. When this is what's already been done to me, I don't deserve to go to jail or any of that. That's why I keep on being persistent with being in contact with them. Even though I know it's not their jurisdictional law, but it's still connected to what happened to me on that day. And what's been being done to me. It's the same individual that's connected to the reports of what I put in already. That these individuals are refusing to take care of on a local level that's crossover in their jurisdictional laws when it comes to this activity in the public setting that's being ran with the extortion, trying to run extortion through the coercion of fraud, constant threatening my freedom, following me, unreasonable searches being conducted upon me when there's no legitimate probable cause to even conduct an investigation because there's no crime being committed. I've reported that, bro, to them several times. Several times. And I said, this is not through my tarot cards. I have legitimate proof of evidence. Camera evidence of that. Would you like the unit number? I'll give you the unit number. I'll give you their name. And that's exactly what I've done. I said, this is the unit number, this is their name, and this is the time of day that this is occurring. I give them the descriptive details on what's going on. And I tell them, if y'all need any evidence, I have the dash cam footage. And I told them, I said, I kind of don't want to post that on my channel, you know, because I don't want people to see where I live at. And some of them understand me when I say that. I said, I don't want them to see where I live at. It's a privacy reason. But if y'all ever needed that evidence, I have it on camera. What I'll do is I'll download it to a flash drive or a SD card, well, flash drive, put it in a plastic bag and mark it with a mark slot on there, the evidence, what that flash drive is about, all the incidents on that, and just keep on collecting evidence and get me a cardboard box and start stashing all those flash drives of evidence on there. That way, if something does happen, a raid takes place, or they confront these individuals and get them out of there for doing that to me, then when they come see me in person, I can hand them that box. I hand that to the raid agent and say, hey, man, look, they got all this, they got all kind of flash drives in there, make it easier for y'all, you know? You know what I'm saying? I got a whole box right here, look, full of flash drives. I need that, look. There's all the evidence right there. GoPro camera evidence. You have the iPhone camera evidence. You have the dash camera evidence. That's all in them flash drives right there. I'm not saying that would happen. I'm just saying if that did happen, that's how it would be. To make it easier on them. That way they'll know what bag to look at. Okay, well, this is what's on this flash drive, you know. Because, bro, that could be used against all these individuals doing that to me, I'm telling you. That's why it's important to collect documentation. They may not be able to do nothing right then and there. They may not be able to help you on certain things, but it's good to document it down in case they do step in unexpectedly because of something else being discovered that may have them caught up with something. You never know. And then they're going to remember what you reported. And they're going to be like, man, I wonder if that person still got the evidence. Guess what? You're going to have some agents come to your door or whatever, ask you if they can have some evidence, if you still got it. And guess what? They sit there and use it against the individuals. How they like that? Hey, you know what I'm saying? I don't know why people get scared, but like people all they in a panic or whatever. Oh, they watching, the feds are watching. That's what you want, bro. You want them to observe. You want them to. It's like they act like they the whole damn boogeyman. You know what I'm saying? A remix of Chucky, Bride of Chucky, and all kind of chainsaw. They act like they the chainsaw massacre or some shit like that. Like, man, they just observing. I'm you know what I'm saying? When they hear that through Tyro, everybody want to freak out, bro. You can feel the energy. Oh, they watching. Well, if you ain't doing nothing wrong, you ain't got shit to worry about. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got nothing to worry about. Why are they watching? They could be protecting you. You know what I'm saying? I love their energy when they come through my cars, bro. When I they probably know that by now if they watch my channel, which I'm sure they do sometimes, you know. But I'm telling you, whenever their energy comes through the Hierophant or it's the King of Swords energy, when I pick up like the genuine ones that's in there, and it's like, I know who that is, with the Hierophant, the King of Swords. It's like they changed the whole energy, bro. Like if I got a negative energy around me that's watching the live stream, it's like the feds' energy just completely overpowers that. Like, man, get these evil spirits out of here. Nah, we in there, we watching, you know. We observing, do your thing, man. Read your cards, you know. But nah, sometimes they have some evil spirits, bro. Like they just be sitting there like a damn troll on the bridge, snotty nose type of troll. You know what I'm saying? snotty nose looking troll. I'm telling like that. Dripping boogers everywhere, bro. They got like green slime coming out they nose, you know what I'm saying? They be having these type of individuals on these live streams when I do my readings. That's like just sitting there, bro, with a nasty, congestive type of cold. I'm telling you. You know what I'm saying? That stuff's nasty. 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 You know what I'm saying? Nasty. I don't know if you ever watch Ernest Scared Stupid, bro, but I'm going to tell you right now, bro, that troll that was in that movie, it's like you can feel that nasty, slimy, troll-like energy sitting there. Like, damn, bro, they act like they sit there, they take a bath in a swamp, you know what I'm saying? They sit there, they bathe in a swamp. They sit there and roll all over in mud, wet mud and all that. They put onions all over them. They sit there and rub garlic all over them, onions all over them. Shit. Yeah, but you got the worst smell of sulfur right there, you know what I'm saying? Somebody's in here with a good energy. That's why I'm cutting up like I am. It could be one of them individuals in here, the higher up official. That's awesome. You know what I'm saying? Somebody's happy that I'm on a live stream is what it sounds like. It's what it feels like, energetic. Like, oh, he's finally on the live stream. They ain't seen me in a couple of days or whatever. I'm here. I'm just battling the situation of the injustice or whatever. Bro, that's normal to a person like somebody like me. Like, it gets to be normal, bro. Like, you're used to dealing with that because it's just what it is. Like, other people may not be dealing with that, but it's like, apparently, if you're a gifted person, you have to be subjected to that, but that could be changing for some of us. I pray that change for me. That's like these individuals could be seeing that, man, this guy ain't gonna back down. He is right on the laws that he knows, too. Somebody was in here earlier backing me up with the Hierophant card in the upright position in the middle part of the spread of the reading. They sure was. They're like, this guy knows his stuff. I don't know everything. I just know the things that I'm calling out from experience. It's like I have to be in this energy in order to defend myself where people could get where I'm coming from. That way, that this right here loses its credibility and power up on me when it comes to this charge getting dropped off of me, bro, or dissolved or dismissed. That's what I mean. To have it dismissed. It's the power of my knowledge in certain things that I know how to challenge when it comes to cross-examination. When it comes to that. That literally just discredits everything, even the charge that's put on me that's not even legitimate because of something that led up to that being put on me, which was premeditated. Once something is premeditated on an illegal level, it don't make it a lawful arrest to start with. So that right there loses its power. And I know exactly how to describe it in a detailed form to get it to be seen exactly what it is. But it's like I'd much rather sit there and exercise free speech in my own house and use a bit of profanity in here because I'm not going to do that. You can't do that in the courtroom. It's considered swearing. They could get you for contempt, I want to say. You can't be doing, I mean, they'll give off a warning if it's an accident, or if you accidentally say it, they may not say nothing. But if you say that in there, then yeah, you know, like they'll warn you. They'll give you a, whoa. Can't swear in there, you know what I'm saying? But in your house, it's a whole different thing, you know. Not in the courtroom. I'd much rather exercise free speech in my house and address the issue. Because like I said, bro, it's a whole complete different environment when you're in there. That's another thing that people don't pay attention to. Over talking the judge. You don't want to over talk them, bro. You sit there and you give it that space. That's what they're looking at. A lot of people think they pay attention to their clothes and how nice you look. No, they don't. They're paying attention to how you react as if you're going to interrupt or do something that's going to irritate them. There's a certain time and place to object certain things when it comes to that. See, that's something I already know when it comes to that. I had to learn that too. Wait your turn. Don't sit there and overtalk them or whatever, even if you disagree with something. Now, there's a certain time where you can disagree and object. Your Honor, object that. Objection, Your Honor. And they may rule it. They may say, okay, they may overrule it or however they say overturn or whatever they do in order to hear what your objection is to. And they may go back to the other side like that. There's a certain time that you can do that where they won't get all over you. But if you sit there and interrupt them while they're questioning somebody else, that right there is what's going to irritate them, and that's going to put them in a bad mood, and that ain't going they ain't going to look at you in a good way. I know all about it, bro. I'm telling you. Just from observing different incidents when it comes to that, especially when I was there for my arraignment. But this person kept on saying something, and it's I could tell when he pulled his glass off, like, ma'am, like that. You don't want all that. You don't want all that. You want a nice, smooth conversation when he questions you, or he or she questions you. You want to respond back, but with a straight answer. Not all this blah, blah, blah. No. But if you ask him whatever, Your Honor, may I express this within a certain period of time of 2 minutes, to be exact? May I have 2 minutes? Because that may be how long it may take for me to get my information out. That's when you can give, if they grant that to you because they got a certain time, is what I'm getting. Because of other people in there. But it's best to ask, may you have this up to this time? Like, I would give it to not even 2 minutes, a minute, to be exact. Not a few minutes, just up to a minute or whatever. Like, may you have a minute to address an issue. You have some information you need to share. That way they'll know that you have a lot to say and within that time frame. That way it don't take up too much time. It's all about addressing it in a straightforward manner to where they know that you're not disrespecting the court or causing any type of disturbance or doing anything to have the judge feel as if you're taking advantage or doing anything in order to try to over talk them or whatever. Whenever they have to go through both sides like that. That's something that I'm well aware of. And the last time that I was there, like when it comes to that arraignment that I went to, that was in August. When I went to my arraignment, I sat there, observed that too. And I just kind of like, I didn't shake my head or nothing like that, but I just thought to myself, don't do that, bro. Don't do that. Like, when they question you something, straight answer. Straight answer and just bloom. And give it that moment of silence like that. The judge will look down at the paper and they'll ask you something else again. And that's when you respond back. It's all about that space and timing. It's not about sitting there, just doing anything they want to do. It's about giving that space and time. And knowing when to object certain things. But it's when people talk over somebody when they question somebody. When it comes to like a plaintiff or whatever, and they have the defendant or the plaintiff may want to talk over when the judge is asking the defendant something, they have their turn. And it's like they keep talking because they disagree. That's going to get the judge upset, I'm telling you. I've seen it many a time. And what they don't realize is that hurts the case. That hurts their defense. If they're defending something, it could be going in their favor. But yet, guess what? Screws it all up. Because they can't wait to sit there and they keep blurting things out. They don't want to hear none of that. Yeah. More than likely, if they use a gavel or whatever, order here. Order. Let's have some order here. You know what I'm saying? It ain't funny, y'all. It's just how some of the situations go. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, whoa. When they pull their glasses off, that's when you know they about to get angry. I'm telling you. When they sit there and they chill, I mean, they don't have to wear glasses, but I'm just saying, like, you got one of them in there and they pull their glass off, and it's like they sit there and look at you like that's when you, But anyways, they had a lady, I forgot her name, not Judge Judy, but somebody else. They had a judge. It was on a movie that I was watching, and I know it's a movie, but it does happen like that in real life. And it's like she pulled a glass. I'm like, hold on a minute, sir. You don't see. I'm just saying though, y'all, about the timing and space. I observed that whenever I was at the arraignment in August. And when I got up there or whatever, it's just a straight answer. And you go up there respectful too, like you show it's not about like I mean they do pay attention to the way you dress or whatever. You can't just dress however you want. You gotta have your shirt tucked in and all that. But at the same time, when you go up there, you address the judge with a respectful manner. How's your day going, Your Honor? And that's what I done. I said, how's it going, Your Honor? Just like I said, y'all, it's the officials that led up to that day. That's why I had to go there. The judge didn't arrest me, y'all. It's the law that did that. But anyways, I just thought I'd get on here and share my testimony, y'all, of how I disagree with this disturbing of peace charge being on me, rather than sitting there and being in this energy in the courtroom, because you cannot do that. You cannot do that, and I will not do that. No, that's a negative. I know Tyro may not be able to help that much, but it does bring out information that needs to be brought out when it comes to things that are hidden. Especially when it comes to my rights being violated. I know how to pull things out of these cards that actually back up physical evidence. Physical situations that can be observed through other people that I may not have physical evidence on, but yet it could be obtained through physical people of other sources. You know? I know exactly how to channel energy, but I'm not going to sit there and brag about it. It's just, it is what it is. You know? I feel I don't deserve to go through extortion or to be jailed for a crime that I did not commit. Knowing all this time these individuals have been doing this to me, hurting me and harming me on a legal level, that's not right. That's not right. And then seeing that I'm responsible enough to contact the law when there's a problem, and yet they still didn't remove the problem. Like I said, there's always two sides to a situation. And they did not question my side when I got arrested either. That could be seen on the body cam footage. They did not question my side. Because I would have told them. Even though you have the right to what, I wouldn't have answered right then and there or whatever. Because I would have exercised my Fifth Amendment. I would have executed the Fifth Amendment, the right to remain silent. I like my attorney present. I don't answer questions. No, sir. I do not answer questions. That's what my attorney there is present for. And I would have been very respectful about it. My attorney's the one that answers questions, not me. That's how you avoid incriminating yourself. But I mean, that didn't happen though. They could have questioned me whenever they put me in the back of the Yukon. They could have came back to the back of the door, opened the door, and started questioning me right then and there. They didn't do that either. That can all be seen within the camera footage of the police cruiser, and they could see that within the body cam footage of the officers that showed up that day. They're gonna be able to see that. That I wasn't questioning. They just automatically put me in handcuffs while I was on the phone with the FBI agent. You know what I'm saying? They can't do that. They can't be doing that. And I'm serious. I was in the back of that police cruiser praying to Archangel Michael. Oh, well, this guy's, oh yeah, wait, he's dangerous and this. And yet he's sitting there praying to Archangel Michael. Sitting there trying to defend himself. Hey, y'all hold on a minute, y'all. I'm kind of getting the vibes that somebody may be trying to manipulate behind it. I'm getting a download, not from my cards. I'm not accusing anybody of doing this, but I'm getting this energy very heavily. Somebody is trying to influence a decision. I'm getting that heavily. I'm not going to say any names, but, yep. I mean, that may be under judgment. There's a reason why I'm picking up on this uncomfortable energy, y'all, when it comes to that. I mean, they could be listening to me when it comes to that, too. A judge could be listening to me when it comes to that, because something could be being done. Like somebody could literally be manipulating, not just on a witchcraft level, but physically. Remember how I pulled, like, the other day? This was yesterday. I was doing a reading and I kept pulling the Wheel of Fortune reverse, Judgment reverse on the Moon card. That's a judge being manipulated in order to delay something, like to go against me and to delay something with the Wheel of Fortune. Because the Judgment card come up in reverse. But that don't necessarily have to represent just witchcraft. The Moon card can represent something underhanded being done in order to try to get that judge to do something to reverse something like that. That means going against. But it's with deception. That's all right, because my clairvoyant ability is going to be able to call that out, catch on to that. But anyways, you know what I'm saying. I'm not going to talk about the situation anymore, y'all. I just wanted to clear this information up. And to exercise free speech. Yeah, to exercise free speech in my own house. Because I refuse to talk this way. I mean, like, when it's clean talking, I'll talk this way in the courtroom. How I'm talking now. But profanity, no. 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 It's just, this is an upsetting situation to me. So let's go ahead and get a closing message. Closing message. Six of Wands reversed. Ten of Cups, Seven of Pentacles, reverse, Two of Wands, reverse, High Priest, reverse, the Star. Cancer, Pisces energy. Besides me, somebody should have listened to their intuition. With the High Priest is reversed, they should have listened to their intuition. Okay, so something's being cleared up about some false allegations here. Page of Cups reverse, Judgment reverse. Somebody should have listened to their intuition and not betray me like this, bro. With the Ten of Swords energy. Dang. I'm glad to see higher up officials see that that way. Let me go ahead and see something else. Does the higher ups perceive me guilty or not guilty? Page of Pentacles come up in reverse. That's a no. Death card, that's an ending. They perceive me as innocent. Temperance card, first card. The Lovers. King of Cups, look at that. I'm an innocent man. This card speaks for itself, bro. Don't you know this is a rare card to come out the tarot? Look at that. I deserve my freedom. I deserve my freedom. This is just how they perceive me, though. They perceive me as innocent, not guilty. The Moon. Ten of Cups. Queen of Wands. The Emperor. Seven of Swords. Five of Swords, reverse. Six of Swords. Four of Swords. Six of Wands. Three of Pentacles, reverse. Queen of Swords, reverse. So once again, there's something sinister going on again. Seven of Swords and a Moon card. Something sinister is being done again. That's how they got a gaslighter up here that they could just manipulate things. I'm also getting a King of Swords is mad too. It's angry too. Clarify the tower. The truth's out, bro. Like, this is what it is. I have no involvement with this individual. Absolutely none. If this is what they know about. Yeah, the chariot. Cancer energy. They know I was connected to a cancer. Clarify the tower. They could also be agitated because this cancer could be in some type of illusion. She could be hurting. Clarify the tower. Yeah. This Queen of Swords, boy, she fucking pissed off, boy. You don't see it. Oh, the tower with 4. Yeah, look at that. 4 of Pentacles. 3. Yeah, because they're still trying to hold on to something that is outdated, bro. They need to let this go. Yeah. This Queen of Swords is pissed off because she knows this is a lie. And they're continuously trying to hold on and trying to force this up on me. She could feel this. She could feel this. Like, bro, this ain't going to work, bro. Look at this Queen of Wands reverse. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, well, it's on restraining order papers. Yeah, it's all over the papers. Bullshit. You're not controlling this situation, bro. It's going to get you raided. Something's telling me that there's a raid that can happen. Good. Yeah, look. These individuals are out of control with this. 3 of Cups. The Emperor. 9 of Wands reverse. Like, get the fuck out the way. 5 of Pentacles. That's all right. There's something that's going to happen where these individuals that keep on doing this is going to be shut down. Good. Temperance reverse. Yep. This is really irritating this Queen of Swords because she knows I'm telling the truth. And it's like this individual right here trying to hold on still, bro. Still trying to hold on when the facts are right there. And it's like, bro, this earth sign is irrelevant to him. This is the lady that he last had conversation with. This is the ex, the water sign. Not this individual. What the fuck is this individual doing that's relevant to this situation? She's irrelevant. That's what this air sign's pissed off about. That's an official that knows what these individuals are doing to try to hold me back. Like, why are you using somebody that I don't even have contact with? This is ridiculous, dude. This King of Swords about lost his cool too is what it looks like. He's about ready to fucking, something's going to change to where I don't have to worry about this anymore. She knows the truth. This Queen of Swords knows the truth. I told the truth. Hey, yes, this was the last female I had contact with. It was a Cancer, not a fucking Taurus. Oh, Queen of Swords, go, you know what I'm saying? Like, these papers ain't gonna be able to prove shit. The restraining order papers, they ain't gonna be able to prove shit. All it's doing is proving how they're trying to hold me back. Trying to violate my damn right to hold me back, brother, have me in the system. Because that's what it's about. With no legitimate probable cause. That papers ain't proving shit. That's what the Queen of Swords is looking at. Like, this ain't proving shit, bro. Not with the information that they have on what has been done to me, apparently. But okay, that's what you think. You think it's going to be carried out? Okay, we're gonna see. Queen of Swords. Ooh, she got that side to her, don't she? Hey, lady, you know what I'm saying? Whoever she is, lady. Lady. So how does the Queen of Swords reverse see this situation? That's what she's irritated about because she knows the truth. That if there was anybody that he was last in contact with, it was a Cancer female. Queen of Cups and a Moon card. That lives in a whole nother state. That's not even around here. Exactly. That's an authority figure that believes me, but it knows what these individuals are doing. Uh-huh. So what is this Queen of Swords like? What is getting her in this energy? What is making her mad? Could be a Gemini or a Libra female that is pissed off. Because of, yeah, the star reversed the Six of Cups. Because I was with a water sign in the past, bro. Like, this cycle has been over between me and this other person. Yeah, the Two of Swords reversed. She sees through all these lies. That he's not no fucking narcissist, control freak, or an abuser. She sees through that. Yeah, the Eight of Pentacles reverse. Yeah, the Seven of Cups. The Ace of Cups reverse, the Four of Wands, the Magician reverse. This is why she's pissed off. Look like to me, she got evidence on these individuals manipulating things. And doing it repetitively to cause nothing but illusions. Like, bruh, this is not the person that he's even in contact with. The last person I had contact with was a water sign. Look at that. Queen of Cups again. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. There she is again. I'm also hearing they don't know what they're trying to get at with this situation, bro. But this is exposing everything about who these individuals really are. They're trying to get in the way of my love life. That's another thing that's being proven too. They know exactly why this is being done to me. Because they don't want me to be a daddy. They don't want me to be in a relationship. But guess what? They ain't going to control shit when it comes to my love life or my freedom. Because this is what is being analyzed. Just like how this individual is analyzing the papers, right? There's an official that is standing up for me is what it seems like. Queen of Swords again. As I'm saying that, God, look at that. Yeah, you're going to drop this. You're going to drop this. Uh-huh. Because this Queen of Cups right here, he was in connection with her. At the time, something was being done to him that was being manipulated. And they got evidence to prove that. Yeah, they do. You're going to drop this shit. This Queen of Swords going to make sure of that. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. This is upsetting to her. This is upsetting to her. She's tired of this shit, bro. She's tired of her seeing me being done this way. I don't know who this Queen of Swords is, though. That's the thing. I'm going to tell you right now, bro. She sees straight through these lies, too, that these individuals are trying to make it out to be something that it's not. Trying to make me out to be a narcissist, an abuser. But she got the truth. That's what she's pissed off about because they keep on trying to go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And yet I'm not even, bro, this individual is irrelevant. She's faced towards an earth sign. They think that they're going to keep this going on back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. This Queen of Swords is like, look, bro, this cycle is closing whether y'all like it or not. He's not going to be controlled, bro. Even if he was to get back with this water sign, it don't make a shit to y'all. He's a grown man. He makes his own decisions. And if you want to relentlessly try to force him to try to harm his freedom, you're going to be stopped for that. That's like, oh, Queen. Yep. She's red in the face, bro. She about ready. She's upset over what is being done to this individual right here. Lady, you know what I'm saying? Lady. She's faced towards this Two of Pentacles reverse. They're going to drop this shit, bro. She's had enough. This is an authority figure that's going to get in these individuals' face and let them know that this cycle is closed. You're not controlling nothing. You understand me? Because that's what this was about all this time. They got all the evidence to prove this has been manipulated over and over and over and over. And trying to control this individual, trying to control me is what it looks like. With nothing but illusions. This is upsetting to this Queen of Swords, and she's going to speak her mind. I'm getting that she may make her presence known shortly. Good. She's tired of these individuals doing this to me. She's tired of that because she could feel this being done to me also. I'm also getting this Queen of Swords did her research. This is a female authority figure that did her research about voodoo doll. 111 as I'm saying that. She's done her research when it comes to voodoo dolls. A curse. She ain't too enthused with these individuals doing this to me. She possibly has evidence right here linking way back to whenever me and this water sign was together in the year of 2021 to 2022. But we originally met each other in the year of 2020. She could have evidence way back then in the year of 2022 that something happened that upset her or whatever. And this is how long this has been going on. There's something that's been discovered with a water sign female from our past that something has been dug up to prove something was being manipulated all that time. That's how long this has been being done to me. They ain't getting nowhere. They ain't controlling shit with this manipulate. This Queen of Swords, if this is a higher up official, they got a warrant out for these individuals, what it looks like, to close this cycle out. Queen of Swords says enough is enough. The cycle's closing. You're going to leave him alone. Okay, so a feminine agent got my back, possibly. Or an official got my back. She aggravated, though. She's aggravated. She don't care what they got on these restraining order papers, quite frankly, because ain't none of it relevant to a situation because there's no contact, bro. She knows that. She has uncovered and dug up something connecting this to a Cancer female from our past in the year of 2022. She got everything on these individuals to have that shit dropped off of me. How they like that? What it looks like. Good. 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 So how's this Queen of Swords closing the cycle? I like to know about it. Lady. How's this Queen of Swords closing the cycle? Oh, she's pissed. Oh, she's mad. She is mad. Because she knows she has the authority to close this cycle. And it's like, just wait. You ain't seen this. You ain't seen me yet. Just wait, bro. You're going to see me. You're going to see my presence. You know what I'm saying? How's she going to close this cycle, lady? You know what I'm saying? Look, the Ace of Swords. Look, the proof. She got 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 proof of all these lies. Look at that. Yeah, look, she got proof that something don't want to interchange. She also got proof on conversation that didn't come from me either. She got oh, there's some crimes being uncovered. Yeah, crimes are being uncovered. Look at that. She all smart, these individuals. King of Sword reverse. Judgment reverse. Oh, false allegations. Officials lying on me. Eight of Wands reverse with his Five of Sword reverse. This is what's going to defeat this situation. Yeah, she got all the secrets too. Pisces in her. Look at that. Magician reverse. Manipulation. Gemini. Official masculine. Official. Manipulation. Two of Pentacles. Ten of Swords reverse. And look at this. Ooh. Look at all that. Look at all that. That could be the institution, huh? Trying to get in the way of the judgment, right? She got proof. She got proof of all these individuals lying on me. Look at that. Three of Pentacles reverse. She got proof all the way back to whenever I was with a Cancer female. From the year of 2022 is what it looks like. And this is how long this has been being done. Over and over and over. Yet they think that they're going to use this against me to have me found guilty. This is these papers. Oh, this is an official. They're about to all get caught. They don't want this never-ending false allegations to end up on me and to keep manipulating this. This could literally be verified as a binding, a legal binding contract that they could have evidence on. She got the evidence. She got the evidence. She got the evidence. She got the evidence. Go. That's going to defeat all this situation. Look at that. Bro, look at all these cards in reverse. All of them in reverse. Judgment reverse. Magician reverse. High Priestess reverse. She also got evidence on some type of witchcraft being done too. Yeah, these individuals are doing some type of necromancy at the graveyard possibly. Oh, she got that too. Messing with the graveyard, judgment, and the death card reverse. With the magician reverse, that's graveyard rituals being done. This judgment ain't going against me because she got way too much on these individuals to have them defeated when it comes to that. And that would explain why the judge is holding them accountable for that. So they getting them both ways. Okay, so it looked like to me officials could be being held accountable. Thank you, Spirit. They could be being held accountable because it's like a judge is getting them one way, and this authority figure that's a female that's done her job the right way is getting some more evidence to prove something and getting them that way. I guarantee they caught something in the year of 2022. The last time me and a Cancer female talked. Yep. Because they're looking at this like, how is this individual relevant to any part of James's life? How is she relevant? They know exactly what they doing, bro. They know exactly. They got the information. Yep. So that would explain why the Queen of Swords has lost her patience. Because she knows, and she has the Page of Pentacles, which is going to be able to prove once again, I'm being lied on. Individuals manipulating things, authority figures manipulating things, and yet trying to get all this to work against me. This is connected to those papers too. Look at that. See the papers? Trying to get a judgment to go against me. But all of this is connected to cybercrime, where the page is in reverse, manipulating things through fake pages. Somebody in position of authority that's a female has the physical proof to prove all this, to have these individuals defeated. With the 5 of Swords reverse, possibly arrested too. Arrested for perjury. Arrested for perjury, fraud, extortion. Oh, yeah. Five of Swords reverse is all about crimes being uncovered. And the crime that's being uncovered is these individuals working against me purposely. The intent behind that is purposely. And they keep on going back and forth with the 2 of Pentacles. They're being seen to be going back and forth on fake pages, trying to get something to be believable and credible. And they know exactly what these individuals are doing. They're trying to build up this manipulation through these type of unlawful, prohibited practices. Yep. It's a slow buildup of prosecution upon me. So you know what that's going to be able to prove? Malicious prosecution. Why are they manipulating this against me? Why are they doing this to me to harm me this way? Are they really doing the law? Are they really enforcing state law? No, this could be proven too by federal law. I mean, bro, you manipulate things this much to this extreme, bro. You got a problem. Seriously. But it makes it even better if they did find something linked back away to 2022 involving a Cancer female. That's going to better to also contradict everything that is being done, because it was me and her that was last talking to each other, not me and this individual. I've been over this other person. And this Cancer female knows that too, because she was an eyewitness to this individual stalking me back in 2020. Believe it or not. Yes, she was, bro. I was on video chat with that Cancer lady back then. And I said, look how this individual keeps on coming near me. She paid attention to that. Yes, she did. If this is still the same Cancer lady, because that's the only water sign from my past as a Cancer. Believe it or not, yeah, I did catch that. Uh-huh. This was way back in 2020, bro. In the summertime, I remember that. I want to say it was in May or June. I was on video chat with a Cancer lady. And then it was, I want to say it was in March. Yeah, March 7th, 6th or 7th of 2021. That's when I got my Chevy Silverado truck. My friend sold that to me. And that was the day we stopped talking. Because we was on and off. We didn't talk for a long time after July, the 4th of July of 2020. We didn't talk for a long. I still remember everything, bro. It was a Saturday, to be exact. 10 o'clock in the morning, Saturday of 2020. Of the 4th of July. That's going to fall back off on the Saturday. Guarantee you that. I remember the day and everything, the time and date and every fucking thing. You know what I'm saying? Excuse my language, but damn. It was on a Saturday, 10 o'clock in the morning, got in an argument. It was me and a Cancer girl. Got in an argument. Stopped talking. All that time, we didn't speak to each other until, I want to say, February or March. The next year. That's how long we didn't talk to each other. But yet we started talking again, and yet the day I got my truck, which was in March of 2021, that's whenever she said, oh, well, you know, because I wanted to go see her. That's what I wanted to get that truck for, to go see her. And Around that time, I knew that somebody else was in the picture. I could feel it energetically. But I wasn't going to sit there and argue with the individual. I was irritated because I really wanted to go see her. It's in a whole different state, bro. This is several states away that she lives, that cancer lady. Well, anyways, I'm just giving my testimony, y'all, that this earth sign is irrelevant to this situation because there's no contact between me and this individual. I've been moved on from her. But anyways, when it comes to the cancer lady, I got that truck that day. It was in March. And that's the day that we stopped talking. I was irritated and mad because I really wanted to go see her. I said, shit, I got a Chevy. I'll make it up there. Fuck, this truck could be a little old, a used truck. I'll still come up there and watch me. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, she didn't want to do that or whatever. She just wanted to go her own way, which, once again, I walked away, left her alone. Well, anyways, back in the year 2022, we started talking again. That's whenever I was at the hotel, though. I have the details, bro. I remember detail by detail, detail by detail. You can swear up and down I have a Virgo rising, but I don't. Because it's like those Virgo traits, analytical abilities that remembers the details, that likes to get down to the details of things, of information. You can swear I have a Virgo rising, but I don't, which is the natal chart. Like, you know how they got the rising and the moon sign? I don't have a Virgo rising, but you swear up and down, bro, I got some Virgo in my chart. But anyways, when it comes to that, that's whenever we was talking, whenever I was in the hotel room. I was talking to the cancer lady. I was talking to her. And then out of nowhere, she typed me a paragraph and said that she didn't believe that we was on two different pages or whatever. We didn't have the same type of beliefs. And she just wanted to go her own way. She typed the whole message. And I said, you're free to fly. With the shades on. I remember everything of what I said. And that's the last time I had contact with a cancer female. Y'all get where I'm going at with this? Bro, this earth sign is irrelevant all up till the year of 2022. All of that time. Because there was no contact between me and her. The cancer female was in my life. That's the lady that I loved. I love that lady, bro. The cancer lady, I love the hell out of that lady. You know what I'm saying? But if the individual don't want to be with me, bro, you can't do shit to sit there and hold them back. If that's what you want, go ahead. Go ahead. I mean, that's all you can do, bro. Is tell them just go ahead. That's what they want to do. Go ahead. What the individual want me to do? Sit there and help them get married for them? Walk them down the aisle and marry them with you? You want me to drive you to somebody else's house and sit there and then fucking talk to the individual for you and say the vows with you? That's what you want? Walk down the aisle and marry them. Shit. You're on your own. You want to leave. Go right ahead, lady. Go right ahead. Go right ahead. But yeah, just like I've been saying or whatever, like, when it comes to that, that's mainly what it is. That's the problem. But somebody discovered something about that is what it looks like. And they could use that against these individuals and say, he ain't got no contact with this earth sign. It was a cancer lady he was in contact with. Something was manipulated when it comes to this is what it looks like. But I mean, I don't have that information, but I can definitely prove the last time I had a conversation with a cancer female, not this individual. And she's out of state. The cancer lady lives out of state. I'm not going to put what state she lives in, but she lives out of state. I guarantee you, bro, somebody in there in the law, higher position, knows that this individual is trying to prevent me from being in a connection and does not want me to be a daddy due to the shit that's being done to me. I guarantee you that, bro. Which is a huge violation of my civil rights and violation of the U.S. Constitution, possibly violating her rights out of state also. For all I know, it could be an out-of-state federal agent, a fed, an out-of-state fed. That's a female. That could be observing what these individuals are doing down here because information could have got to them up there because of something being done to somebody that was once in a connection with me, but yet something's being done to them. But yet the reports, what is being done to me, it's like there's something that could be forward to one of them. I don't know. But I'm getting it. They could be a fed out of state that may be observing something. The energy that I'm getting, it's like they don't. This earth sign is irrelevant to my life. There's no contact. There's no none of that. Why are they continuously trying to use this individual against me where there's no communication, no none of that? They can also prove that several conversations were being manipulated between these individuals, not between me and her. That's what this Queen of Swords is pissed off about. Because she knows she has the evidence, Page of Pentacles, that this ain't me behind that. Whoever this Queen of Swords is, she sounds persistent at pursuing justice for the innocent. I greatly appreciate that, Queen of Swords. Whoever you are, you know what I'm saying? She seems stubborn. Good. She seems stubborn. Could be a Gemini or a Libra, don't have to be. But she seems very persistent, very passionate about pursuing justice for the innocent. She knows I'm innocent. She knows I was being falsely accused. She knows that. She knows that. Judgment reverse, Ace of Swords reverse. She knows I was being lied on. And she got the proof. Page of Pentacles. The proof right there. Like, bro, these individuals could stop trying to carry out certain things upon me. Because it's beginning to get very ugly for these individuals on a whole nother level. It's exposing who they are and what they're doing. And triggering a deeper investigation on these individuals that they may not know about and other things that innocent people may be going through. Like I said, I don't have anything to worry about. And if anybody so much puts me somewhere where I don't belong, they're coming down here. I don't deserve that mistreatment, but it looked like to me that judgment. It's like there's two individuals. There's a female that's sticking up for me, a cyber female sticking up for me. And then you have a judge that's sticking up for me that's judging the situation. For the Six of Pentacles being in reverse. Scamming. Extortion. There's a judge that's finding somebody guilty of extortion and scamming. Good. And the Queen of Wands and the King of Wands come up in reverse earlier. That's two authority figures. It's a male and a female authority figure. I just keep getting this energy. Hey, I'm back, y'all. I just keep getting this energy to where I just keep getting this energy to where they don't know where how can I say this? They think they're getting somewhere with this situation, but what they're doing is exposing what has been being done, what has been being done to me in a very, very, very critical manner that is expose a lot of major things on these individuals. Yep. They know I'm not, they got proof to prove I'm not behind any conversations online pertaining to all these individuals where I'm at. There's an official, a female official that could prove that by some evidence, physical evidence, to contradict everything also. And I ain't talking to nobody over here, especially the earth sign. They ain't nothing to do with her. She could give a shit less what these officials got to say or what the hell they not going to say. She's got the evidence, and that's that. It's like they still think that they can overpower and control legitimate evidence being presented to prove my innocence. And it's like, dude, are you really that delusional? To these officials that keep doing that. No, this ain't got nothing to do with no YouTuber. No, this ain't got nothing to do with no YouTuber that's a tourist. No, not at all. It's not new. Whoever this individual is, I'm glad that they caught on to something with the Page of Pentacles. They laughing. They got a smirk on their face with the Seven of Swords. How smart this King of Swords reverse. He thinks he's getting somewhere with something. He's really not. He's really not. There's several of them in there. Several of them. Several of them. She outsmarted several of these individuals. Several of them. I just keep getting this energy to where they think that they're going to get somewhere with the situation, but checkmate, because this female official that actually has the right set of standards, ethics, and morals and integrity of the law, of a higher up law, that's going to be able to prove that I'm being violated, my civil rights are being violated, U.S. Constitution is being violated. She's going to be able to back me up with a legitimate proof, because these individuals like to group up together against different people, but yet this ain't enforcing state law, bro. This is all about trying to have me discredited. But there's people in the higher position that knows that I know about my rights and is smart enough and intelligent enough to work with me, because they know what I'm calling out. They know I know what I'm doing when it comes to my spiritual practice of tarot, of divination, how I'm able to remote view situations. That's why they're listening to me and hearing me out. But knowing that I'm fighting in a specific type of way that's different than anybody else, that's not going to leave open-ended questions or whatever. To just get the situation to be led with a bunch of question marks. No. There's enough information to create a leeway in order to catch what's behind that. There's always a root to the cause. There's always a root to the problem, but you just got to know where to look at. And therefore means obtaining information. You know the strange activity in the public setting? Document it down. You start noticing a pattern or something? Document it down. Therefore, you are beginning to spot something that is going to lead you to something eventually. All you got to do is have the proper analyzation and the skill to continuously look into something. You cannot quit. You cannot just give up and quit There's no quitting with me. Well, I got a headache and I got a runny nose. I don't give a shit less. I don't care if I'm sick. I don't care about none of that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to simply stand up and keep defending myself and keep investigating myself when it comes to that. Like investigating the situation for myself on a limited level. I can only do so much when it comes to the First Amendment, like recording a public setting. You can do that. But as far as conduct a search, I can't do that. When it comes to searching devices, I don't have the authority to do that. But what I can do is link certain situations up in order to have enough probable cause to have a search conducted on devices from higher up officials. Because that's the authority that they have. All they have to do is get enough evidence or whatever they need to do. And then there you go. Somebody's just tired of this shit just as much as I'm tired of it, what it looked like. I don't blame them. I don't blame them. That's funny how I channel that energy earlier. they, they don't know what they think they're getting at with this situation. They think they getting somewhere. Why am I getting a vibe? Why am I getting that energy to where they think that they're getting somewhere? Like who's in that energy? Because somebody's in that energy. I could channel it. It's like somebody's in the energy of they think they're getting somewhere with this situation, but they're really not. Somebody's in that energy. Who is that that's in this energy? Like, who is that? Cause this is a person that got a smirk on their face. Who is that that's in this energy? Like the one that's in the energy to where they thinking like they think they getting somewhere with the situation, but they really not. Who is that? Empress energy, a female. I knew it. A Queen of Cups. Yeah. Somebody from our past could be in that energy too. Yep. The devil card is in reverse with the King of Wands reverse again, bro. Like, yeah, exactly. They got proof on something. Look, there's a proof again. Look, there's proof here to prove something again that's connected to this individual. Look at that. It's like, bro, the only ones that's going around and around and around and around in circles is these individuals talking to each other. Like, what the fuck are they talking about? Lame. Lady. Lady. Look at that. They got proof that, oh, they keep coming back and keep coming back and keep coming back and keep on bothering me, keep on bothering me, keep on bothering. There's that King of Wands reverse again. That's an official card right there with evidence. There's physical evidence to pertain why this individual keep on trying to bother me. The devil is in reverse. They're not controlling shit, bro. This individual think that they got control over a situation or think that they could control things or could control the outcome of a situation with doing this. No, they're not. Bro, this could be recently I'm getting. Oh, you remember how I channeled earlier how somebody may have been trying to influence a judge's decision? A judge's decision? This could be how something is being done recently within the last 3 hours or 3 days before the actual trial. I'm not gonna talk that much about that, y'all. Like I ain't gonna bring that up, but I'm just saying something could have got caught within the last. But it's good that I speak out about it. It's good that I do channel that, but I don't want to channel too much or whatever. I feel more comfortable channeling it if the thing got dismissed. You know, once I'm in front or whatever happens or whatever. They don't know where they think. It's like this individual literally like reversing things back up on them. I'm like, no, no, no. You trying to put all this back off on him? That's gonna be reversed right back off onto them. Like, what are you doing? Damn, lady, no wonder why you agitated. You know what I'm saying? Damn, lady. Yeah, this individual ain't backing down one bit. Like, this individual's persistent. I'm gonna tell you why. Because they're a good person. Empress and the Queen of Cups. She's a good person. She is a good person. And she believes in doing things by fairness with the Six of Pentacles. Could be a Libra. Don't have to be. She believes in balancing things out in a fair, balanced manner with the Six of Pentacles. Like, this guy is genuine. He's proved to us that, hey, this is what he does for his job. He's not connected to any of that, so we're going to help him. Or she's going to help me. Whoever this authority figure is. And once again, Six of Cups with the underlying energy, which is going to be that this individual has knowledge on a water sign female that I was talking to in the past, not this other person. And it's like they see these individuals going around in circles with themselves, bro, trying to manipulate shit with this earth sign. Stupid. And she's sitting there, bro, like, literally, I'm getting someone to do a reversal. Like, no, no. Oh, another message? Okay. Reverse, go back to where they came from or whatever. Like, no. Oh, another message being sent. Oh, reverse. Oh, they're going to try to get me this way. Oh, no, 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 reverse. Like, damn, bro, how many times you going to do this stupid shit with the Seven of Cups in the world reverse? With the devil reverse, ain't getting nowhere is with it. Look at that. All they doing is going in a circle with each other. And they sitting there like, bro, man, are you all right? You know what I'm saying? Bro, this is what the judge could be judging this King of Wands reverse for. Yeah. That's that, or whoever the judge is, I mean, it could be anybody. But that could be what this individual's under judgment for doing this stupid stuff. In reverse, over and over and over and over and over, the world reverse. But ain't none of this connected to me. Like, these individuals trying to get me. They want me so bad connected to that to manipulate things to their advantage. But this is what is closing in on these individuals, that they're the ones that's doing that to me and using the King of Wands reverse to do it. Bro, I'm glad whoever this female authority figure is, whoever she is, I'm glad that she's catching on to that, bro, to where they can actually, somebody that has common sense that's not connected to these individuals where I'm at, to observe that, to actually prove that, hey, this is exactly what's being done to me. And this is why I keep on being in this endless loop, brother. I don't want to end out the proper way. this this individual, it's like every time something's sent, it's like, nope, whoop, go back that other way. Go back around. All they're doing is going in circles with themselves. That's all they're doing. This female authority figure that's a higher up official is arrogant enough to say, okay, and he still was in a connection with a cancer in his past. He still was the last person he was talking to was a cancer. It's not you. These conversations ain't coming from him. The last person that he had contact with was a cancer. Still, that's the last person he had contact with was a cancer. This person is like she could get in her ego. She could be watching over a cancer lady too. She could be protecting that individual. Good, good. You know what I'm saying? Good, lady. Mm. Yep, yep. I'm just saying, bro. It's like they ain't getting nowheres with this with the devil reverse. Bro, they trying so hard to make me look like a narcissist or a control freak or somebody that don't fit a description of the narrative that they're trying to relentlessly manipulate. And they're doing this over the internet is what it looks like. I mean, messages, that right there is the internet, right? Cyber world. You have to be connected to some type of Wi-Fi or internet in order for messages to go through. So yeah, that would be internet related things is going on with the world reverse. Like, bro, this is stupid. Bro, this lady's sitting there reversing everything too. Every time something is sent, it's like, nope, reverse. It's like everything is going right back to them. Wow. Wow. Something could be coming out about the illegal use of psychedelics with the Seven of Cups. Boy, these individuals got some nerve, huh? Be sitting there having me falsely accused of shit. Seven, bro, look. I'm not saying it is that, but this give me the vibes of psychedelics. I don't know. I'm not really gonna get into that, y'all, but I'm just saying, like, somebody could be seen to be tripping on that while committing this, while doing this to me. If that is that, bro, ooh, good luck to these. Yeah, that's more. I'm not even gonna talk about that, but I mean, it could be. That's a possibility. Somebody's got to be out of their mind, bro, to think that this is going to actually go somewhere. It's like, are these individuals right in the head, bro? Like, that's how this female authority figures investigating this or looking at it for me. Like, are these individuals right in the head? I don't know, y'all, but apparently they got something on officials here. There's a female authority figure that got something on the official that kept doing something over the internet, trying to have me accused of something that I'm not doing, to try to discredit me. Okay, so that would explain why the individuals in the energy, as I say that, they think they're getting somewhere with a situation, but they're really not. Yep. This is all bro. This is all done to try to get me to appear as something that I'm not. It's only these individuals that are doing this with each other, bro, and trying to have me accused of what they're doing. That's how stupid this is. Bro, this could literally be stemming all the way back to 2022. It's even better if it's been going on that long, if they got some proof to prove how long these individuals been doing that for that long. Bro, that's a long time to be doing that cycle, huh? To keep that cycle on going. And this is going to better to prove it even more that what these individuals are really doing is to use this against me as a weaponization to try to harm me. Yeah, they are abusing. Yeah, this is tyrant activity. Yes, it is. Yes, indeed, it is. Thank God they have an authority figure that has common sense in this world. Thank you, Lord. Whoever this lady is, that may be that person that may be looking into that for me, or may be protecting me because I'm getting she protected me. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. There's somebody somewhere, but that knows that I'm telling the truth, that sees it exactly what it is. They keep going in a circle, bro, over and over and over and over and over, and trying to have you delayed over and over and over and over and over. This is a repetitive pattern with the world reverse. And with the Four of Pentacles reversed, that right there would be a Fourth Amendment violation. Somebody being unable to sit still or whatever. Like trying all kind of different things to try to manipulate things, but yet it ain't working. Trying to control things, it ain't working. Damn, bro, bro, these the people that you got serving and protecting me. Supposedly try to serve and protect me, and this what they doing? You check your officers, bro. That's what this female looking at him as, like, I need to check out officers, bro. But anyways, y'all, look, I thought I'd document down what was going on. I'm just kind of getting that energy. It's like they need to check who their officers are, bro. Like, cause these individuals ain't right in the head that's been doing that. And yes, somebody does have some tangible proof here of evidence that one of these, there's a cop here that's manipulating things. Keep a cycle on going. Yep. So how does this female feel about this situation that may have this tangible proof on that? How does she feel about this being done to me? She feels unhappy. Like shit that like this don't make her happy at all. Judgment reverse. She feels this is a lot on me with the Ten of Wands. So it's like she feels what I feel. This is a lot on me. She feels that this ain't right at all. Something about the judgment. Yeah, the world reverse. She feels like this is going to continue. She cares this is being done to me. High priestess reverse. She feels like she needs to defend me. Yeah, the Emperor, she cares about me. The Sun and the Three of Wands, she cares about me with the Ten of Swords reverse. She feels like this ain't never going to stop until she does something. She feel like this is unfair blame to me, and she feels all the burdens. This could be making her mad. She feels the need to defend me with the Seven of Wands, yep. Because she knows what's going on. She knows exactly what's going on. Uh-huh. Judgment reverse, you being falsely accused of things you're not doing. These individuals getting in the way of your psychic abilities, getting in the way of you reading tarot. She ain't too happy about that. Why does she feel that way? Clarify the overall energy. Because these individuals don't want to leave me alone. Look, Justice reverse. Eight of Cups reverse. Because she's refusing to turn her back on me. Because these individuals don't want to walk away and leave me alone. That's why she feels that way. Because they don't want to leave me alone, bro. They're being seen as a harassers. Look at it. Clarify the Eight of Cups reverse. Eight of Wands reverse. She feels this way is because they keep on delaying me. Keep on getting in the way of my forward movement. Keep on stagnating me on purpose, deliberately, through online conversations, in order to have me delayed when it comes to this situation, too. That's all right, because all these conversations are going to them. To prove that I'm not behind these conversations. Okay, Five of Cups. She feels this way towards me because she knows this is trying to have me isolated, trying to put me in an energy of isolation to where I feel hopeless to the situation, to where nobody will help me out. I wouldn't be believed, like my side wouldn't be heard out properly in the courtroom. Due to this individual abusing their authority this much to do this shit to me. It's, bro. Yeah, Three of Pentacles reverse again. The purpose of getting away of something working against me to where it could go against me. That's all right, because all this is being intercepted by a female authority figure to use this against them, to prove what's being done to me, to influence this judgment call. Yeah, they got you, bro. Yeah, you caught Seven of Swords. Ooh, as soon as I'm saying that, Seven of Swords reverse. They get caught for doing that too. They're trying to get this to work against me when it comes to this court date. That's what they're doing. On these accounts, doing this, trying to get away of that judgment call. They're caught doing that. Nine of Pentacles. The Moon. Yeah, deception. Cancer energy. Yeah, manipulating things, causing illusions about a single independent person, which would be me. Yeah, Hierophant reverse. This is majorly corrupt, bro, with the Hierophant reverse. Uh-huh. Trying to force illusions with a situation, force illusions and underhanded deception upon me. To try to have me hurt. Yeah, Ten of Pentacles. Damn, Ten of Pentacles reverse. Damn, bro. That's all right. Somebody's not turning their back on me, y'all. Somebody in a high authoritative position could be a female that's got some information here. Ace of Pentacles. Is this individual by any chance catching any type of scamming accounts? Try to influence that decision? By any chance, clarify that for me, Holy Spirit. I have the right to know this because of how much this was manipulated before this even happened. I have the right to know that. Clarify that. The Ace of Swords reverse, the Lovers reverse. Yeah, Queen of Wands reverse. Ten of Pentacles. Six of Wands reversed. Oh, Judgment. Damn, the Judgment card is coming out again in the upright position. Okay, so a judge can know something about something. I'm getting Judgment. There's a judge that's aware of what a Queen of Wands reverse is doing. This cycle is going to close. They're caught for lying on me. There's evidence to prove that this Queen of Wands reverse is doing something with a fire sign, masculine. Ten of Swords, betraying me. Yeah, these liars are being seen straight through. This could be upsetting a lot of individuals. Yeah, Nine of Pentacles reverse. But they got evidence on financial matters connected to a Queen of Wands reverse. Yeah, look at that. Eight of Swords reverse and a Two of Wands reverse. Okay, so a judge has figured out whoever this is could be a different judge somewhere else. Someone is observing and listening to what I'm calling out. And this right here, the Eight of Swords in reverse. They got news for these individuals. You ain't put, he ain't going in the Eight of Swords energy. Not when this is being done to me with a smear campaign. There's several of different fake accounts that are being collected and used against this Queen of Wands reverse, what it looks like. This cycle of these lies are going to close out. Because there's something to prove that they didn't do anything to protect or defend me. They actually hurt me badly. 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 There's several accounts here is what it looks like with the Six of Wands reverse. Several accounts. With the Lovers reverse. This cycle's closing whether they like it or not, because this is the final judgment call that these individuals have been sitting there mobbing me, having me attacked in a public setting, defamating my character, and relentlessly hurting me and trying to hurt me when it comes to this upcoming court case. This was all done to me in order to hurt me, to get me locked up. But the Eight of Swords is showing itself in reverse. And the main reason why it could be in reverse is because things being seen for what they are, that these individuals, these officials are liars. Liars. With the Ace of Swords reverse. But there has to be something that could be, there's something collected on that to prove that with the Seven of Pentacles. Something financial wise too. Yeah, bro, these individuals are done, boy. I ain't trying to call all that out or whatever, but I'm just saying there's a reason for that. Cause I can feel these individuals manipulating things. Yeah. Apparently they do. They got evidence on a betrayal here that happened to me. I had my character smeared all over. People hating on me. People disliking me for no reason. This is all going to come out, watch. This is all going to come out. These individuals ought to be ashamed themselves for doing this to me, because this ain't serving and protecting me at all. I'm also getting, this is going to silence these officials that's been doing this to me. This is going to silence them. With the Ace of Swords reverse, this is going to silence them. They're going to cry too, bro. Five of Cups, they're going to cry. Because I'm going to tell you right now, they have no defense when it comes to these lies, because everything that's going to better to prove that they've been lying on me. With the Seven of Pentacles, there's somebody that has something on this situation but to prove that I've been lied on. This cycle is closing. The World card, it's over. Cycle's closing. This individual is being silenced. This Queen of Wands reverse, and whoever else is connected to her is being silenced. This little plan ain't going nowhere, and something could be literally underneath judgment as a malicious plan of attacks upon me. This is highly unethical on these individuals' behalf, bro. Like, dude, this ain't a good look for these officials, bro. I'm telling you right now. So, but it's somebody else that's judging them. It's not me. There's somebody in the law that's judging them for that, for doing that to me. But I'm gonna tell you right now, bro, if something was being done a few days ago, or whatever was being done a few days ago, it don't matter if it's a few days or whatever it is. Something's being proven here. They didn't defend me. They harmed me. This is giving me the vibes that they lost trying to put me in jail. Look at that. Losing and trying to put me in jail due to scamming. This is what it's being judged as. There's a judge passing judgment down upon the Ten of Swords. They're losing at trying to put me in jail. That's what it looks like. Look, losing at trying to imprison someone. And there's evidence to prove that this individual right here didn't do her job the right way. She scandalized me. Seven of Wands reverse is all about a scandal. Rather than stand up and protect somebody, much rather hurt them and have them isolated. All these lies are being seen through. Look at that. The Ace of Swords reverse and the Two of Swords reverse. There's someone that has some legitimate proof here to prove this physically, though. With the Seven of Pentacles. This is a loss for them at trying to put me in prison or jail due to this being done to me. That's what it looks like. Damn. Because that's what it was about the whole time. Relentlessly torturing me and torturing me and torturing me until eventually to bring charges. Or to get me in a system to where I could be charged with something I'm not guilty of. Whoever this person is that got some legitimate evidence, I'm going to hand that over to them to let them take care of that for me because I said what I had to say. I said what I had to say. You know what I'm saying? I said what I had to say. But anyways, y'all, look, y'all take it easy out there. Much love to y'all. I thought I'd document down. I wasn't really going to stay on the phone this long on the live stream. But this is me to protect myself once again. And I will let it be known if anything is being done online or whatever around where I'm at, this is not me that's on there. And I will let you know that they are scamming and scheming. I will let it be known. That's what these individuals have been doing over and over and over and over and over. But anyways, y'all, thank y'all very much for y'all patience at waiting around on reading or whatever. Just like I said, I'm not going to be on here until the court date's over with. The court date is Thursday at 2 p.m. So I got to go there, y'all. But I'm not going to be doing reads before then because this is a situation that I'm just waiting on this cycle to close out. That way I can get back to reading my cards. Peace.